Good morning, everybody. It's April 10th, 2025. I'm going to call the business meeting of the Governing Board of the South Florida Water Management District to order. First on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'd like to ask Mr. Butler if he would lead us in the pledge. I'd like to ask you to stand and face the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Good morning, board members. Good morning, everybody. It's great to see you all here. Yesterday, Governor DeSantis reappointed Colonel Roman to another term on the district's governing board, so congratulations, Colonel Roman. It's great to see you. Governor DeSantis also appointed two new board members to the board, Thomas Hurley, who's from Martin County, and Robert Spotswood Jr. from Monroe County. Neither of them are here, but they'll be joining us next month. We'd like to extend a warm welcome to them both, and we look forward to seeing them at our next governing board meeting, which is going to be in Miami, I believe. I'd also like to thank Cheryl Meads for her service and her friendship and the incredible amount of hard work she has done on the governing board. I'm sure we'll all say something in our board member comments. Vice Chair Wagner, Mr. Martinez, they're participating remotely. Mr. Bergeron is going to be here in a minute. He's in traffic. Vice Chair Wagner, Mr. Martinez, are you both on?
Yes, can you hear me?
Great, we can.
Yes, yes, we are.
Thank you. Good morning, guys. There's an item on the consent agenda recognizing April as Water Conservation Month, and I understand that Mr. Bartlett will talk about that in his Executive Director's report. And board members, I'm going to ask that you make sure your microphone is on and that you speak into the mic so online attendees can hear you. Members of the public on Zoom who wish to address the board may use the raise your hand feature. If members of the public are having any trouble and need help, please go to our website, sfwmd.gov, and click the Ask Us button at the top of the page so staff can assist you. If you're using a phone and you'd like to comment, please press star 9 to raise your hand and star 6 to mute and to unmute. As a courtesy to others who wish to speak, members of the public are asked to comment only once on a topic. We'll take public comment first from those who are here in person and submitted a comment card, followed by those who raise their hands on Zoom. Now we're going to go to employee recognitions. Mr. Bartlett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So our April 2025 Employee of the Month is Hung Ying Zhao, Principal Engineer, Water Resources Systems Modeling. Now, we all know the importance of flood control in South Florida, and we have a very vital mission when it comes to providing that flood control, not only now, but into the future. And so with that in mind, we're partnering with the Corps of Engineers in Broward County to evaluate the canal systems in the southeastern part of the district in a joint effort to basically upgrade our flood control system to make sure it continues to perform. The partnership with Broward County is a 203 study. That's one that we lead. And in that study, we have to do the modeling and the analysis to show what projects give a return on investment. That's where Hung Ying steps in, right? So there is a specific model that the Corps honors when it comes to flood risk management, and that is the Hydraulic Engineering, the Hydraulic Engineering Center Flood Damage Reduction Analysis, HEC FDA. I'll just call it the model. So that model is basically a software that predicts what projects might benefit, you know, what the flood control is right now and what the project's benefits will be. That is a nationwide model, and it's built for rivers, right? We don't have the rivers in Broward County. We have those canal systems with structures on them. So Hung Ying had to do a Herculean effort to adapt that model to a canal system. And I've seen that in my career. I've seen that attempted before and fail. Hung Ying did not fail. She worked with modelers, consultants, statistical experts, and the resiliency team to get all the right data, all the right information, plug it into the model, and make sure it was calibrated such that it gave us predictable and true results. And she got there with this model. And the model shows the benefits, the model shows the economic impacts, and it will absolutely underpin the success of our feasibility study. But wait, there's more. So she got that model working, and then a memo came out from the Corps and said, we're not using that model anymore. We're going to use this 2.0 model now, and it is a very different interface. It's a very different data inputs. And so within a month's time, because we're trying to hit Word of 26, in a month's time, Hung Ying got the next model to work, right? She took the experience from the first model and got the next model to work. And because of her efforts, we are on schedule with this feasibility study, and we can start taking it to the public, but we could not have done it without her at all. And so that is why she is our Employee of the Month. Congratulations, Hung Ying. All right. Our April 2025 Team of the Month is the 2025 Recreational Guide Team. That is Karen Allman, James Blush, Joseph Bazo, Michael Cheek, Daniel Cotter, Rory Feeney, James Harbaugh, Heather Costura, Madison Machado, Jill Margolius, Haley Moore, Justin Nolte, Libby Pigman, Ayunga Riddick, Madeline Rinka, Edwin Rios, Kurt Sari, James Schutte, Jennifer Sorentru, Dina St. Andrew, and Andrew West. Now, we are extremely proud of our approach to recreation on the district lands. Sustainable recreation while we protect them for the wildlife. And we put a lot of effort, this team puts a lot of effort into making sure the recreation is sustainable, accessible, and usable by the public. We've got horseback riding, hiking, stargazing, canoeing, kayaking, fishing, hunting, and more in our public lands. And if you're wondering what you need to do all that, it's right here in this guide, and it looks fabulous. This will be free to the public. It took a lot of work to make sure all the information was mapped correctly, all the details were accurate, and it took a lot of back and forth between the team. Look, we got great charts. This is an incredible guide. We've only got a few printed right now, so the governing board and people can come look at it, but it will be available to you soon because it's at the shop right now getting printed. So it took a lot of effort. It's something we're extremely proud of. We have a rec forum every single quarter where there's a lot of very positive engagement with the district. We listen, we react, we adapt, and we make sure that we have the sustainable recreation, and we're very much recognized for it. And we'll also be recognized for an awesome recreation guide. Congratulations, Team of the Month. Don't be shy.
Everybody's got to get up here at some point.
That's right. Kurt, how's it going? Good job, all right. Good deal. Yeah.
Oh, cool. I haven't seen it.
You hadn't seen it?
Great job. Congratulations. Yes. You guys probably have a million of these.
Thank you.
Rory's probably got a million. Okay. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right.
All right. Now we have a 30-year service award. That is Linda Crean, Section Administrator, Water Quality Monitoring. So Linda came to us in 1995 and went straight into the water quality as a water quality project manager for the Everglades Nutrient Removal Project, which now is our STA efforts. And she also took on projects for water quality monitoring for the ultra trace mercury in the Everglades, which is very tricky monitoring, and pesticide monitoring programs, and managed the overflow analysis for the laboratories. Just jumped in with both feet to really take a leadership role in water quality program. And then ultimately, she started developing all of our long-term monitoring networks, whether you're talking about the Everglades or anything, because the water quality standards, it was becoming something that was very important to the district. And so she started developing all of our monitoring networks that we still use today, and that continue to underpin our restoration efforts at the Water Management District. But then she went into the supervisory chain. She started getting into supervision, where she oversaw collections for surface water, groundwater, soil, fish, all the continuous monitoring that's out there that gets fed into our data systems. And so it's just, you can tell she's been a leader from the get-go in water quality. But since 2005, she's been a section administrator, important role of the district, 80 projects she works on, 21,000 site visits per year, and all these remote locations, whether it's the middle of the Everglades or middle of Lake Okeechobee, she figures out how to get there. And she's always got an eye for optimizing, because getting those samples takes a lot of work and getting them analyzed. And so she's always looking for ways to do it better. One of her big efforts is basically deals with field information. So when you go out there, like back in the, probably 10 years ago, you go out there, you put your probe in, you take down on paper your turbidity, your conductivity, your pH, collect your sample, and then the sample runs through the lab. That gets electronically put in the data system, but you have to type in the field data. That's the way it used to be. So she did basically got rid of any of the paperwork and went straight from electronic upload straight into the data system. So it merged seamlessly, no entry errors, nothing like that, saving lots of time and money, and QA/QC, right? And so she's there for the QA/QC. We've talked about that before. Obviously, you heard the applause. She takes care of a lot of us at the Water Management District. In her spare time, she likes traveling up and down the eastern seaboard, visiting state parks, national parks, monuments. Sounds wonderful. Linda, thank you so much for your 30 years of service. It has been very useful. Thank you, Linda. We have a Good Samaritan Award this month. Two people, Savannah Toda and Paige Dugan, for a Florida Bay boat rescue. So basically, they were launching out of Flamingo Marina, down in Everglades National Park, into the more remote part of Florida Bay. And they got out there, and they were going out to implement their monitoring project for the Florida Bay project. And saw outside the channel, sort of in the distance, a boat stranded there and people waving them down. And so they went over to check it out. And there were 4 fishermen on this boat, and they had been stranded because the boat broke. And they didn't have cell service or VHF service, no service whatsoever. And so, of course, our boats have service. And so they called and arranged for a towboat to come out. But during that process, they learned that they had been there all night, and they had no water and no food. Right? So Thank goodness Savannah and Paige came across them. So they did complete their mission. They went out, got the samples for the Florida Bay project, and got back to the marina where they saw that they had been returned safely to the marina. But thank goodness they were out there doing our work, and also thank goodness they knew that it was important to go and serve the people of South Florida to take care of things that they see. So that is why Savannah and Paige are our get our Good Samaritan Awards, because that's what they are. Y'all are welcome to stay, but you can leave too. No, never mind staying.
Well, thank you, Drew. We'll move now to item number 4, agenda revisions. Molly, are there any revisions?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Consent agenda item 16 was revised. The acreage and release value for the parcel in Miami-Dade County were amended.
Thank you. And now we'll poll the board members to see if there are any abstentions. We'll start with Vice Chair Wagner. Do you have any?
None.
Thank you. Mr. Martinez?
None.
Thank you. Mr. Steinley?
None.
I have none. Colonel Roman?
I have none.
Mr. Butler?
I have none.
Thank you. We'll ask Mr. Bergeron when he comes. And we'll do the approval of the minutes from the March 13th meeting. Does anyone have any changes to the minutes of the March 13th meeting? Oh, Mr. Bergeron, there you are. Hey, do you have any abstentions? You can, welcome to the meeting, by the way. You want to say it, Mike? There you go.
No, I have no extensions.
Thanks, sir. Any changes to the March 13th meeting? If not, is there a motion?
I'll move to approve.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call that question. Mr. Butler?
Yes.
Colonel Roman?
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes. Mr. Steinley?
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Vice Chair Wagner?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Martinez?
No.
Are you voting against the minutes, or are you voting?
Yes, I'm voting in favor. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. That passes unanimously.
I think she's good.
We'll now move to the Executive Director's Report. Mr. Bartlett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I'd like to kind of reflect on how awesome a job I have, and part of that is because I get to meet incredible board members through this process that I form bonds with, and I look forward to forming bonds with 2 new members, but I also want to reflect upon the bond that I have with Cheryl Meads, and I really look forward to our continued relationship. A very, very fun person. All right. As the chair said, April 1st is Water Conservation Month, and we've been celebrating Water Conservation Month since 1998. And you've got on the consent agenda a resolution celebrating Water Conservation Month. And since 2020, the Water Management District has implemented 60 different projects for water conservation, which save 3 million gallons every day in the South Florida Water Management District. Conservation is one of those things you do. You just leave it in the ground. You don't use it. It's the cheapest thing we can do to leave water in our environment. And so we like to promote it as much as possible. As you also know, we did an initiative on the landscape irrigation rule. I'm happy to report that 93% of our population is in areas that are covered by that rule to try to leave water in the environment. And that number is continuing to grow. We also do programs like the Florida Water Star, which is partnering with utilities to implement appliances that have low water use and fixtures and irrigation systems. We also partner with IFAS on Florida-friendly landscaping to make sure that that education is out there. And basically, we have 3,100 visitors per year at our website, and our staff are out at schools and doing presentations on conservation where they've distributed 2,400 of different materials on water conservation. And if you want to learn about it, it's sfwmd.gov/water conservation. And happy Water Conservation Month. The other thing that's going on now is legislative session. So I'll give you an update on basically a few items, a couple. One is the bill related to water management districts. That is Senate Bill 7002 and House Bill 1162. And it's been, since the last time we spoke, it's been through a number of amendments. It has passed the Senate at this point. I think it's still working its way through committees in the House. More amendments were filed even this week. Some of them are, there was an amendment to ensure continued support for South Florida ecosystem restoration and Everglades restoration. So we're happy about that. What remains is a lot of the additional transparency and accountability reporting, not only for the South Florida Water Management District and Everglades restoration, but for capital improvement plans for all water management district. Happy to do it. We're very proud of what we do in those programs, and so more information we can provide, the better it is. The other big change was the appropriations that were there for Everglades restoration have been moved out of the bill itself and into the general appropriations process. So the bill no longer has the appropriations. That's going through the normal process. We're still reviewing the recent amendments, but at this time, we don't really have any immediate concerns over these bills. And we absolutely appreciate the interest that the legislature has in the water management district, water management, Everglades restoration, and the like. So it's good to be loved. So the other big thing we track is budget discussions. Basically, all the proposed appropriations related to the water management district that are in the governor's budget request is supported by both chambers. There are differences, though, in SERP and the governor's $150 million budget request to rehabilitate our aging flood control system. What happens from there is, what I've heard is after Easter, they're going to go into conference, the two chambers in the governor's office, where they'll work out budget differences. We'll see how that plays out at conference, but I think it's safe to say that everyone knows the importance of South Florida ecosystem restoration and flood control in South Florida. So we'll continue to monitor that. Also, in the category of budget and flood control, on April 4th, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, announced the elimination of the BRIC program. That's the Building Resilient Infrastructure in Communities. And that program is one where we had received $150 million worth of grants for basically 3 structures on canals in North Miami-Dade and Southern Broward County. We did already have agreements for some of those funds to get design done for a couple of those pump stations, and so that will continue. We are still doing that, and while we evaluate, the ultimate impacts to those projects, we'll actually continue to go through with design. So there's no immediate decisions to make at this time because we have not started construction. But we'll keep you posted. Also today, Mr. Butler and Mr. Martinez are up for confirmation in the Senate at a committee meeting that is, I don't know, maybe going on right now. We'll all hope for the best. You can see Mr. Butler's here, so he wasn't asked to come up. And so I think we certainly expect them to be reported favorably and look forward to their confirmation. So that's all I have for you today, Mr. Chair. Subject to any questions.
Thanks. Any questions or comments for Mr. Bartlett? Thank you. Well, in addition to being Water Conservation Month, April also marks Drew Bartlett's 6-year anniversary with the South Florida Water Management District. So, Drew, I wanted to say thank you. I think all the governing board probably wants to say thank you for your leadership. We're really proud of what we've been able to do together over the last 6 years. We've had a lot of accomplishments, a lot of successes. When we first started, or when you first started, you said nothing was going to get in your way. And 6 years later, you've proven that to be true. And we've got the 75, it's probably more than that now, but 75 starts, finishes, and major milestones to show for it. We've still got a long way to go, but we're making huge progress. And I just want to thank you for all you've done and for your incredible leadership of this organization. And I think we have a video. Very well done. Thank you, Jill and the communications team, for putting that together. And Drew, I don't know how you're the only person in 6 years who did not age, but congratulations on that too. We're now going to move into our first public comment period. If you're here to comment on a specific agenda item, we ask that you hold your comment until we reach that item on our agenda. The comment period is for general comments not related to agenda items. Public comment for consent agenda item is 11 on the agenda, and public comment for discussion agenda is 21. Those will be heard after that'll be heard after that presentation. The public did have an opportunity to provide written comments prior to this meeting, and we did not receive any written comments. And Molly, we'll go to general comment if there's any.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll hear first from Gil Smart, followed by Mark Perry.
Good morning, Governing Board members. My name is Gil Smart. I'm Policy Director for Friends of the Everglades, founded in 1969 by Marjorie Stoneman Douglas and headquartered in Stewart. 1 week ago, the Palm Beach County Zoning Commission approved the Southland Rock Mine proposal, in part because the 5 members who voted in favor appeared to believe that the South Florida Water Management District had identified this proposal as a viable water resource project. But in fact, the district has done no such thing. The December 31st letter from Drew Bartlett to the applicant said it might be viable. It had the potential to be viable, but we wouldn't know until the district had fully vetted it. Yet Phillips and Jordan continually held up this, quote, letter of project identification, unquote, as the verification they needed to move forward. That clearly bothered some zoning commissioners who wondered why they were being asked to sign off on a proposal that the governing board itself had not approved. But it goes beyond that. Not only have you not verified that this is a viable project, you haven't even considered the question yet. There's been no formal presentation to this board by Phillips and Jordan. There has been no discussion and debate amongst board members about the proposal. And yet Phillips and Jordan are proceeding as if they've got all the verification they need to move through the Palm Beach County approval process as if this is a done deal. So before the Palm Beach County Commissioners consider the rock mine proposal on April 24th, and ideally today, we ask that this board clarify its position. Was the letter sent by Mr. Bartlett on December 31st intended to identify the Southland Rock Mine proposal as a viable water resource project? Has the site in question ever been part of any planned restoration project, and is it now? And did you intend to give this project a green light to move forward? Your answers could help determine the future of this project and of restoration itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smart. We'll hear next from Mark Perry, followed by Lisa Interlandi.
Good morning, Governing Board. Mark Perry, Florida Oceanographic. Yeah, it was Drew Bartlett walking away from that explosion. So that's pretty telling there at the end. He's done a lot for the district and very dynamic leader of a great staff here. What we talk about a lot is you got 2 reports in your agenda at the end. You get a comprehensive Everglades restoration Plan report, and you also get a Northern Everglades and Estuaries Protection Program report. And I draw your attention to that particularly. There's been a lot of updates. In fact, it was good in Drew's, that video there about a lot of ribbon cuttings have been happening. A lot of progress has been made in our comprehensive Everglades restoration planning. And I applaud this governing board for leading that charge through that and getting our state and working with our federal partners, the Corp, to kind of get things going in that direction. But I also want to draw your attention now to the NEP, the Northern Everglades Estuaries Protection Plan, and looking at kind of the BMAP updates that are happening right now. So by July 1st, 25, the DEP is charged to kind of get these updates of all three BMAPs, the Okeechobee, Caloosahatchee, and St. Lucie Estuary BMAPs. And those BMAP hearings that were held just these last couple of days are pretty telling that the DEP is trying to come up with an idea of where we're not meeting our milestones after implementation of these, which was 2013, 2014. We haven't been meeting these milestones of nutrient reductions in the watershed. So what their plan is to extend those timelines instead of 15 years to 20 years and so forth to go on down the road. What we really need to do is meet those reduction goals. We are not meeting them, and the data is showing it. Your data that you put forward, and you've seen me give you this handout before, of all the monitoring you do monthly in the district, in all these watersheds and sub-watersheds of all three, you're showing that it's not meeting us 2 to 5 times the loading requirements to meet the TMDLs in these watersheds. We're not going to get there if we don't put our feet to the ground here and get down to why isn't the BMAPs, why aren't the BMPs working within the watershed? We do the calculations like the one for C43, which is great. That it'll estimate it to reduce nitrogen and phosphorus by so many metric tons, but is it actually happening? Is it doing it? And some of these projects have been in the ground for a long time. We should be able to show that in the data that you produce every month. And I encourage you to get these reports updated more often than just every 3 or 4 years. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. We'll hear next from Lisa Interlandi, followed by Alex Larson.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Lisa Interlandi with the Everglades Law Center. I'm here to talk about the Southland Project, and I know you guys don't want to talk about the Southland Project. Maybe you guys have even been directed not to talk about the Southland Project. But it is my job to tell you about what has happened with this project and what the implications are if you do choose to remain silent about this project. You all know Palm Beach County Plan does not allow mining in the Everglades agricultural area unless it's for one of 3 specified purposes: public road building, agriculture, water resource projects that have been identified by the South Florida Water Management District or the Army Corps of Engineers, okay? Your letter has been characterized as the South Florida Water Management District's approval of the project. It has. That is how it has been characterized, okay? It went to the Zoning Commission last week. It was approved 5-3. It is going to the Palm Beach County Board of County Commissioners on April 24th. As it's written now, the development order for this project does not condition it in any way upon the South Florida Water Management District's approval of the project. Nothing in the county's approval, as it stands, requires the district to approve this project before they can start mining. They are also seeking approval from the county to mine for public road building. And what that means is that, okay, let me just go back one more thing. The only substantive condition in the project is that they get a permit from the Department of Environmental Protection. That is a condition of law anyways, okay? There is absolutely, okay, nothing in there that requires us to come back. So as a result, because they are also seeking approval to mine this project for public road building, there is a very good chance that once they get that permit from the county, once they get that permit from DEP, they will never be back before this agency again, because they don't have to be. They do not have to be. They can continue to mine their project for public road building and never develop it as a water resource project, at least according to the county's approval. Now, what the DEP permit requires may be another story, but it certainly is not the same thing as the Water Management District identifying this as an effective, appropriate, viable water management project, which this agency has not done. You guys, we clearly understand what you have said about this project. We understand it. We understand that what you guys have said is that if this project after we evaluate it, is determined to be viable, at that point, then we will approve it. Okay? That's what this agency has said so many times so clearly. That is not what the county understands. The county fully understands because they are being told that the South Florida Water Management District has approved it. Okay, I don't need to tell you guys about the importance of the EA Reservoir project. I don't need to explain to you how critical it is that that project work. Has that project been planned to be built with mining happening directly adjacent to it for the next 40 years? Because that is what could happen without any further input from this agency. If you guys, I realize it's uncomfortable, but if you guys do not weigh in
Please wrap up
today,
your
or at
comments.
some point before that meeting, your opportunities to weigh in may no longer exist. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Interlandi. We'll hear next from Alex Larson, followed by Chris Whitman.
I can't tell you, Commissioners, for some reason, my face is known in this county. People stop me in the grocery store. You can't know. And I have to, and they also know that I have a wicked laugh. And every time I have to laugh because a kid approached me yesterday, he goes, I live in Belglade. And I can't say what he said to me about the reservoir, that nothing was done. It's still a puddle out there. That was his description. You don't rock mine. We shouldn't be rock mining. You know what's really funny? The last director in this building that said rock mining wasn't a good thing was a guy named Finch. He didn't think we should pay $200 million to Enrique Tomei for a hole in the ground. We've paid him several holes in the ground so far. Everybody's buying a hole in the ground. But the EAA was supposed to be the be-all, end-all, the second coming of getting clean water south. That's not going to happen if you rock mine. There's nothing clean about rock mining. There's nothing clean about phosphorus mining. Mining in Florida is a really bad idea. And little kids know this. A first grader would know this. You know, it's wrong. Commission, you do need to weigh in on this. You really do. Because our county commissioners yesterday, I was at Solid Waste Authority yesterday. I go to a lot of meetings. It makes me sick. But they didn't know about manure. Who's in charge of manure in this county? I mean, it's endless what everybody backs off of, the hot potato. I'm going to start bringing bags of potato, heated up in a microwave and throwing them to you. And we'll see who wants to touch the hot potato. Because this is a hot potato. Because I shouldn't hear from strangers that are saying that, hey, I live out there. I live out there. I don't live out there, but I am going to be taking a drive out there. I'm going to take a walk out there. I want to see exactly what went on. Where is this second coming? Because rock mining is dangerous. It poisons the water. There's benzene. At Boynton Beach Boulevard and 441, they still find DDT when they do the testing of the water. This is what's going on. It's just the way it is. And nobody wants to talk about it. Well, we shouldn't talk about that. But you guys, you're the walls between bad stuff and your constituents, the people who live here in Palm Beach County, Dade, Broward, because I did at Solid Waste, I said, Palm Beach County is the toilet of South Florida. We got burning of sugarcane. We got power plants. We're blowing up. And he can blow up rock mining till 2032. It's still a couple more years. That's more blasting. I thought it was funny that you did the blasting up there because I see the cows running every day. Because whenever I see a cow running, it makes me laugh because usually they don't run like gazelles, but they do when you blast. It's just the way it is, Commissioner. I just
Please
want
wrap
you
up
to
your
look
comments.
at it. Please step in on this. You have to. Because if the EAA is the second coming to get water south, it's not going to happen with rock mining.
Thank you, Ms. Larson. We'll hear next from Chris Whitman, followed by Ryan Rossi on Zoom.
Good morning, Governing Board. Congratulations on 6 years, Drew. I came here this morning to talk to you about the significant confusion and chaos surrounding the Southland project at the last meeting at the Palm Beach County Commission or committee. And it was so clear there that those committee members were confused and conflicted on what was the appropriate, and many of them felt that this was being brought to them prematurely, that this project was supposed to go through the proper channels here at the district before it would get to them. And that letter that Lisa spoke of from Drew was obviously being used out of context. The questions that were being asked were, is this going to come back to us if something changes at the district? Where are they at in this process? And it's obvious that you all have a process for unsolicited projects. That process is to require 2 public engagement meetings, actual proposals and presentations, and a vote by the governing board. To my knowledge, none of those things have happened with Southland Project. The county commission committee was not under the impression, they were under the impression that the district had green-lighted the next step for them to go on and do their part, and then that the only other part would be that of the permit from DEP. These are serious concerns and serious questions that need clarity. They have to have clarity, or else this can get going and the district may be cut out of the loop altogether. There was statements there made that I think would mislead. One of those I will read verbatim is from Matt Edson from Phillips and Jordan, describing this project, and said, actually, I think today STA 56 is dry for some pump issues and other water issues. So we developed this project with the district in their request. That is a quasi-judicial hearing. You are sworn in. This was a statement that was made. This sounds and gave the impression that the applicant has developed and designed and approached this project because the district has requested them to. I do not believe that to be the case, but that is certainly what it sounds like. The other thing is a little over an hour ago, I got information from a source that, there are significant powers at play here, and that there was
Please wrap up
instruction
your
not to
comments.
discuss this, and that one of our board members, Cheryl Meads, was removed and told on her way down here not to attend. I would implore you to please discuss this. These are critical questions that deserve answers here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Whitman. We'll hear next from Ryan Rossi, our virtual participant. Mr. Rossi, please unmute your mic.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We hear you.
Hi, good morning to the board, and thank you for the opportunity to comment. I know that April is being recognized by the South Florida Water Management District as Water Conservation Month. And for many of us in South Florida, that recognition and attention is very important. So I'm glad that, as always, that recognition for this is being bestowed. Additionally, there's also a very timely recognition, as the last several months have seen us dip quite often into severe drought conditions, especially here in Palm Beach County and Broward counties. Hopefully our transition into spring brings some rainy relief, as I expect it likely will. But the more important theme of water conservation remains. Water is not an infinite natural resource. It's very much a finite one. The water supply of our 7 million South Florida residents, and that number is expected to continue increasing, depends largely on how we decide to both use it and manage it. Even small efforts to conserve can save water in large ways. And I encourage the district to continue educating the public on this, as well as raising awareness to any efforts that might be beneficial to protecting and conserving our water for our communities at large, whatever those might be. So I just wanted to say thank you for acknowledging this month for conservation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rossi. Mr. Chairman, we have no additional raised hands on Zoom, no additional public comment.
Thank you. Thanks all for your comments. We appreciate them. We'll move now to board comment. And Mr. Bergeron, want to start us off?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
the concerns here of this mining operation has never been brought in front of us, that I can remember. Seems like the cart's before the horse in regards to perception that this project is positive to the future of Everglades restoration. I think it's important we make it clear until it's presented to this board, and our staff evaluates benefits, positive or negative. There shouldn't be a perception out there that we have approved this mining operation as a benefit to Everglades restoration. Apparently that's what's happening. Am I correct on that, Drew, or?
So what we have, we have an unsolicited proposals process, right? And we got a proposal for more storage and treatment south of Lake Okeechobee to help move water to SDA 5-6 and also move water from the lake south. Under that unsolicited proposals process, we are, we are interested in moving water south, right? We're interested in more storage and treatment moving south. So we did accept it into our process, into our unsolicited proposals process. And that's the letter we did. We accepted into that process. That's a legislative process that's in law, where staff will evaluate this project and bring a comprehensive agreement to the board at the end of our review for consideration to basically take ownership of it at the end of its construction.
Mm-hmm.
So it is accepted in the process. There are going to be 2 public hearings scheduled, and that's even before we bring it to the board for your consideration under what's called a comprehensive agreement for the future of the project. So basically what we're doing right now is implementing our process for considering that project, and we have accepted it into that process.
But it seems like the county commission thinks that we've already approved, evaluated benefits.
They've got all of our materials, and so I'm leaving that up to the county commission to evaluate our materials and make their own decision.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I think there's an awful lot to evaluate here. First of all, the time frame of such an operation, and when would the benefits arrive, if there is benefits, 50 years from now? There's an awful lot of studies that have to be done based upon the reserves and the volume of the reserves of a mining operation over a certain time frame.
Our plan is to, I don't know how it's going to evolve, but we're hoping to get something to you before the end of the year, particularly that comprehensive agreement, where we'll know all the details and be able to explain all that to you.
Well, there's an awful lot to evaluate before I think this board could make a decision that it's something positive to Everglades restoration. I think we have to evaluate the geology of soil based upon the excavation, due to the fact of hydrostatic pressure and seepage and retaining water in a reservoir. It has a lot to do with the geology of soil, whether there's a true benefit for storing water. Most of these reservoirs, we're not mining them, we're from the surface up. And I think there's a lot for our staff to evaluate. And I truly believe that there's a perception out there that South Florida Water Management is already went through those evaluations, and I don't think we've seen anything on the board here. So I think there's a lot of concerns. And I think we need to make it clear, of course, this is a board decision, that that we're not supportive of it or against it until we can evaluate it for the best interest of the environment, benefits, negative or positive, to Everglades restoration. This is a pretty big deal. So I think we need to make that clear. It would be my thought that Palm Beach County should not be moving forward to approve something until we totally evaluate this for the best interest of the public. I just want to make that clear. I would like to talk a little bit about, and I know I sound like a broken record, but there's a lot going on. Drew and myself and our staff in regards down at the Tamiami Trail. We're on a threshold. A year from now, the road will be completed. And everybody's been waiting for that for a long time. They're going to be switching traffic to the eastbound lanes in less than 90 days. Our staff and Drew, myself, are having every 2 weeks to every 30 days, we're having Zoom meetings with all our federal partners, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, the Department of the Interior, the Corps, and the Park Service. This is the biggest step that in benefits when we make this connection. Colonel Reynolds made a very important statement here a month or so ago that we've spent $1 billion on the Tamiami Trail. How do we get water? How do we get the 2.5 million acre feet that we started 25 years ago across the face of the Tamiami Trail? And we're getting close. We're working with the Park Service on all the airboat tours that were given money, I don't know, 8-10 years ago to elevate their concessions. And so we're working with the park to make sure those improvements are done when the road's done, that we've been waiting for. And due to the hard work of all our people here, South Florida Water Management and the Corps, working with DOT and the road, removing the Tamiami Trail, putting the seepage wall in, we've come a long way. So now here we are. We've got to make sure, and our staff and Drew and myself will continue to have meetings. I don't care if they're every week. Do we make sure when that road's completed, March of next year, that all these barriers are resolved? The Cape Sable Sparrow, I was on with Larry Williams this morning, had a great conversation. You know, we funded the money for the relocation of the Cape Sable Sparrow. If you look at the science, it was put out in 2007. I don't know whether you all got copies of that. Follow the science. In 2007, critical habitat for the Cape Sable Sparrow, Zone A, Units 1 and 2 were taken off critical habitat, and they explained it, the reason why. You could not complete Everglades restoration and reestablish the natural flow to Florida Bay that was cut off starting in 1915. The population was less than 4%, and they recognize that. They even recognize that where there's marl prairie, it was sawgrass pre-drainage. So plant communities will be adjusting to the natural flow that was cut off over a century ago. And we're moving in a good direction. Been working with the Colonel Bowman. Everything is heading in the right direction. I think you feel that way, don't you, Drew, with these issues we're dealing with?
It is heading in the right direction, but you're spot on. It's all a matter of urgency, right? So we just got to keep moving forward and moving it through the process.
Well, we're going to keep going forward because in my viewpoint, and as a civil engineering construction for 60 years, I hate to say that because it tells my age, but this will be the biggest step forward, the biggest benefit. It'll start minimizing the high water events that affect the Central Everglades, the Big Cypress, Picayune, Waxahachie, Panther Refuge, minimize the impacts of the water going out the Caloosahatchee and the St. Lucie and the Indian River Lagoon. When that 2.5 million acre feet, based upon our science, based upon what we started with 25 years ago, is oozing in this oozing river of grass across that face, it will minimize irreversible damage through this global system. We're not totally done, don't get me wrong, but this is a huge step forward. And we will keep you posted as we keep working. We're working on the Osceola Camp, which is another barrier that has to be resolved in the next year. And I don't, talking to the contractor, he hasn't been even handed a set of plans yet. So we have to get involved in that, Drew, to see how we can.
I talked with DOT yesterday, and they are finalizing the plans because you have plans, but they're from the park, and then you have to make them to DOT standards, right, for contracting. And so they're in the process of making them to DOT standards for contracting.
With a change order to the contractor?
They haven't decided the process they're using.
Okay.
So, and I am not going to, I don't know, you can if you want, but I don't want to influence them on their contracting process.
Okay. Well, we'll work on that, or somebody's doing something, but, and I always apologize for talking about this so much, but it's just such a huge benefit on what projects we built 20 years ago. We're not going to get the benefit of that, or the bridges that have been sitting there for over 10 years until we accomplish what we're working on. And, but I want my board members and our stakeholders to see how we're going to make this happen. We're not going to sit there and not remove any barrier that stops water flowing naturally by gravity beyond that Tamiami Trail. And we'll keep you posted as we keep working on it. And I did have the honor of meeting the new Secretary of the Interior last week in Washington, and he's all excited at being a part of the largest environmental restoration ever attempted in the history of the world. And I'm looking forward to those relationships for all of us and all our stakeholders. And I just want to compliment our stakeholders because their passion is just impeccable as we continue together to communicate and come up with solutions and make sure as we progress that we're truly restoring. And I got to say, I'm very honored to be a part of that. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Bergeron. Mr. Stanley.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Ron, you've been saying the same thing about some of these issues for whatever, 6-7 years up here on the board, and I really appreciate it because it just, I think we all have the design on these projects is always in front of us. It always takes a while to get where we want to go. And there's so many of these projects that for me, it's really challenging to remember, what the hurdles are on some of them. So I really appreciate you conveying and being so active in this, driving urgency at finishing this project, which is the southernmost plumbing and benefit of what we're doing. So I think we're really lucky to have you, the institutional knowledge and historical perspective, but your action or activity in terms of helping this along. So appreciate that. And then I also obviously wanted to recognize Cheryl Mead's commitment over the past, I just heard Drew 6 years. I thought it was 7 years that we've been together, but I guess it's 6. Dog years. Still, time flies still when you're having fun. But it's, yeah, district years. It really has been a pleasure to serve on the board with Cheryl and volunteer along with her. She, I think we all probably think the same way. She's genuinely a good person who cares deeply and sometimes emotionally, which I think is also great, about what we're working on. So I'm really grateful sitting up here and knowing the commitment that it takes to do what we do and support all these projects. I'm really grateful that she sat up here with us and spent so much time on projects that she really cared about. And then the recreational guide, I think for me, this is a great reminder of those ancillary, I mean, we build these projects to store and treat water and deal with flooding. We don't build these projects for recreation, but it is an amazing benefit that is a ancillary benefit of these projects that benefits the taxpayers, the residents of Florida, the visitors to Florida who hike, bike, hunt, fish, boat, do whatever. I mean, I would be surprised if, it would be great to know that, and you guys probably have it, the total acreage of district projects that are available for recreation. I would assume it's huge, maybe as large as Everglades National Park, but maybe not. So I think it's always important that we recognize that this, we're investing in these projects for water benefits, but there are so many other benefits that accrue to the state. And honestly, bring in revenue for this state too. People travel to Florida to fish and hunt and go to the beach, and water quality is a key component of that. So it's always helpful for me to think about that. And then lastly, I just wanted to, and Drew, thank you for your comments on Southland. Listen, we've heard allegations, we've heard interpretations. We can't control that. We have our process, right? It seems, and thank you for clarifying that we're doing what we've talked about in terms of our process. And hopefully, we've said all this, so hopefully people just listen to what we've said and the facts are there. But thank you for addressing that. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Stanley. Go.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to begin by thanking Governor DeSantis for the reappointment. It's an honor to serve with all of you and to work with the outstanding district team, and I'm just thankful that I get to continue in this role. So thank you, Governor DeSantis. Also, I had the opportunity to continue my site visits in the Caloosahatchee watershed. And as you recall, in previous governing board meetings, I talked to you about some of the project sites that I visited that had to do with the district sites, such as BOMA and the new flow equalization basin that we're building there on site. Well, this time, I've had a chance now to go to some of our local partners and look at some of the local projects that are being done in the watershed in collaboration with us and at DEP and some of the local things. And I was so impressed when I went to the Lehigh Acres Municipal Services Improvement District and got a chance to visit their Crest project, also Harms Marsh and Frank Mann Preserve site. It's amazing what we can do together to clean water. And I think that it's just so encouraging to see these small projects contribute to water quality, not only in this particular case in the Caloosahatchee watershed, but also throughout our district area. And I'll continue to encourage our team here at the district to look for opportunities there in the Caloosahatchee watershed where we can collaborate on small projects and clean more water, because I think the timing is right now. There's probably funding available. Also, we're on a big push that we have the momentum with all our great work in the district, and so I would just challenge our folks to look for those opportunities and see what can be done. We had a groundbreaking event in the Big Cypress Basin that we had the honor of putting the shovels in the dirt to set the stage for building our new communications tower. But I wanted to share that with you today because that's a celebration for the entire district. That is a project that completes the entire backbone of our communications system throughout the district, and it was a significant event. And I want to thank Jill Margolius and her team, along with the field station folks that assisted, because that was a first-class event. The Big Cypress Basin Board had the honor, but it was a celebration of everything throughout our district because that's our communication system. And I think that's going to give us just an incredible potential and resiliency going forward. The recreational guide. I have to laugh when I see the recreational guide because I thought Jill Margolius did this in like 2 months all by herself. And that's because I think so highly of her, and she's always giving me such tremendous support. And it was funny because I was doing a presentation about birding on district lands. And Jill and I were talking and realized that this recreational guide is up online. Like if they want to know where to go birding, how could they find it? She goes, well, we have a recreational guide that's online, but it's out of date. And so time goes by, a week or two, and next thing I know, I'm getting delivered to me a draft new recreational guide. And I'm thinking, wow, she's incredible. She turned this around in like 4 weeks, and there's a draft here for me to look at. Come to find out, you saw the team we recognized today. That is a long process. It takes years, I'm told. Why it takes so long, I don't know, but it's a year-long event. It takes years. It takes all of those team members we recognize today, and I want to give you a big shout out for this recreational guide because it's just a tremendous, tremendous accomplishment to have that done. I want to thank Cheryl Meads. Cheryl and I met with Charlie Martinez back in 2019 at the North Collier Regional Park, and it's been 6 years of incredible time together. We're doing the important work of the district and celebrating 75 ribbon cuttings, groundbreakings, and significant milestones together. And it's just been a pleasure to serve with you, Cheryl. And I'm going to miss you up here on the dais because you've just been a joy to work with. And certainly I wouldn't give the purple jacket to anybody, just anybody. And so I hope that will be a fond memory for you going forward as well. But it's been great. And lastly, I'd like to thank you, Drew, and the executive team, not only for your service, but putting together such an incredible district executive team who are just, I think, just stellar in their performance on a daily basis and in handling challenging issues. I want to also thank you for highlighting our process for an unsolicited proposal. I remember when we identified that or you had identified it for us as a board, that we didn't have one. And with the statute as the backbone for our steps, you developed one that we could use internally. And that was great that you explained it for everyone today and put that out in the public court of public opinion. And I appreciate that and explained it for everybody. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks, Colonel Rowan. Mr. Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Lead off, Colonel Roman, again, thank you for your service and congratulations. Governor made a great choice at the very beginning there, and I certainly have valued your input along with Cheryl's input through this process. And I want to say, look forward to meeting Mr. Hurley, Mr. Spotswood, and working with them up here on the dais. Cheryl, I want to thank you for your service, or I do thank you for your service and your friendship. We'll share obviously we're sharing our Cheryl stories. My Cheryl story goes back to, I think, our second confirmation hearing in Tallahassee. And if you've never been through a Senate confirmation hearing and get called to Tallahassee, it's unknowns. You see these hearings on time in D.C. all the time, and they happen in Tallahassee too. And it's, there's always some nervousness that goes into it. We may have shared some elevator pictures or something like that. But no, getting to know Cheryl, just a beautiful, beautiful person, beautiful heart, and beautiful friendship, and now a neighbor. She has a ranch that's next to me now, and I look forward now to finally getting to officially call her and visit with her. And but maybe Hannah can go over and help her out. But Cheryl, thank you for your service, and I know you're not going to go far. Go Gators! Merry Cruise. The only way I can say go Gators, I'm going to tie it into Everglades here, okay? But go Gators, national winning basketball championship there. And if you watched, I guess 4 of their championship games here, 4 of the within their 64, they had come from behind wins, just like what we're doing with the Everglades. We're coming from behind, and we're improving the Everglades, just like the Gators. And we're going to win, just like the Gators, Merry Cruise. I tied it together, okay? Fair enough, well done. Okay, thank you. Back on Cheryl, I missed my note there. I put my glasses back on. Chauncey, yeah, we've aged in 6 years too. Yeah, it's time for my baby face picture to get updated here. We do get to meet some great people along the way, and again, I'm appreciative of getting to meet Cheryl, and of course everybody else I get to work with up here. Right down to Mr. Ronnie. Mr. Ronnie, I appreciate your leadership, everything you're doing, all this work on Tamiami Trail, these meetings. Appreciate all the work you're doing to make sure we get this water flowing south, and all this money we're spending, make sure we can actually get some results out of it. So thank you for everything you're doing there. We'll talk about it in Mitnick's report. And Mitnick, and you flying solo today? Cassandra gonna be here? Okay, she'll be. Oh, there she is. Okay. We'll talk about Lake-O recovery, I'm sure, but it's looking like we're set up for some success. And look forward to hearing the current updates. But looks like we're going to hit that probably 100 days under 12 foot. And so no, I appreciate the stakeholders. I know it has not been it's not pleasant to receive unwanted discharges. I've heard that. We've seen it. We know it. And I appreciate everybody, while it hasn't been pleasant, has helped to support the Lake-O recovery efforts this go round. I hope that this, it looks like we're going to meet the lowering the lake level targets, still stay above the water supply management band, hopefully, thread that needle. But I want part of my prayers, and Cheryl, if you're listening, need to get Timmy Tebow on here too. Part of our prayers need to be we have that slow ascension when the lake comes back, so this SAV can keep up. And it'd sure be nice to have CERT built out. That's the whole part of the reason for Northern Storage and some of these storage projects is so we can try to give that slow ascension so that SAV will keep up. But that'll be part of my prayers here as we move forward after a successful recovery. Finally, I want to move on to the recreation guide. I know several of you have already commented about it, but yeah, no, I certainly flipping through it. I got to review a draft copy also, and yeah, the older recreation information that was on the website, there were still some old boat ramps on there that have been gone for 20 years, and so finally, one of them. Anyways, I won't get into it. No, this is a pile of work. Great resource. I think this should be in every chamber of commerce we have in our 16-county area. Drew, maybe you may be able to sell these things. This is such a nice piece of work, folks. I mean, this is a beautiful thing. Keeping your vehicle when you have nothing to do on a weekend, just pull it out, find a place, and hit it. And this gives you all the information you need. But no, thank you to all the staff that put that in. And also at the RAC Rec meeting, Drew's RAC Rec meeting that he had a couple weeks ago. Of course, I also want to thank Newton for his service, Newton leading that. Newton does a great job of helping to facilitate. Drew kind of keeps Newton pinned down a little bit, but Newton get off on his tangents. But yeah, it's not possible. Drew does his best to keep Newton in line, but no, Newton does a great job there. But at the end of that meeting this time, and they've done it a lot, recognizing the volunteers that go into helping improve, create, and improve and create these recreational opportunities. Fiscal year 23, there were 17,036 volunteer hours that were logged on district lands helping to improve the recreational opportunities. Staff used a figure that came up to about a little over $500,000 in value. In reality, Mr. Bergeron, I was just looking at that figure, they did it, I forget what they used per hour, but I can tell you, it was a lot less than maybe what a little mini excavator with operator. They didn't include that excavator with operator hours. That was not the price they used. I would say that figure is probably closer to $2 million in volunteer with airboats and swamp buggies and then just general labor out in the heat. There's a lot of people that wouldn't do that. With that, there have been several volunteer things happening, and I just want to recognize those folks. The Shingle Creek, the Bike Club, working on their bridge building. They've done that here over the last couple months. Campsite signage has gone in. The Dupuy benches, the group that put the new benches in at Dupuy around the fire pit. That you've got the Istapoga Canal, the airboat ramp that they rebuilt. Again, volunteers, the district did buy the materials, but these volunteers went out there and actually physically rebuilt this airboat ramp, but laid down all these runners. And then of course, all the specialty hunts that happen, the young, the youth, the wounded warrior type stuff, all these volunteer things happen in our recreation deal. I thank you to each and every one of them. And with that, if there's an opportunity on the Kissimmee River, there'll be a cleanup here on May 3rd. If you're interested, Florida Sportsman's Conservation Association is leading that event along with the district staff, and get with Matt Nelson. we'll see. I told my wife I'd take her out that weekend. I may try to sneak over there that morning and try to put in a few volunteer hours, but May the 3rd on the Kissimmee River. With that, Mr. Chair, that's my comments.
Thanks, Mr. Butler. Vice Chair Wagner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll start with Cheryl Meads, not only thanking her for her service, but just to talk about Cheryl. She is really one of a kind. She is curious and smart and sharp, and she sees all the angles, but she is also kind-hearted, and passionate and cares not only about the issues, but about others. I'm going to deeply miss her as a board member on our governing board. But over the years, one of the qualities that I've just think shines through and is something I truly appreciate is authenticity. And Cheryl Meads, if anything, is authentic. And she was an amazing board member. All of you have been great sources of knowledge for me and perspectives for me. Cheryl was nothing short of that. And I know I speak, I think, on behalf of everybody that we are definitely going to miss her presence on the board. But I hope to catch up with her on a more personal level over the next couple of years in a way that you can't do as a governing board member. So thanks for everything, Cheryl. I look forward to seeing you soon. I look forward to welcoming Thomas Hurley and Mr. Spotswood to the board, Robert Spotswood. I think they'll be great additions as well, and I'm looking forward to meeting them. I want to talk a little bit just about the Southland project. I know there's been a lot of skepticism out there. I think some of it very healthy skepticism. I think some of it perhaps unhealthy skepticism. As a board member, I'm keeping an open mind on all of these issues. But more importantly, I wanted to talk because I think some of these issues remind me a little bit of some of the objections that we received when we were doing or considering the ASR wells. And one of the things I think I've learned as a board member over the last 6 years, although Jay, I admit to you, it seems at times like a lot longer than that. One of the things I've learned is that, there's a lot of times, a lot of general objections that are lodged. And one of the things I think we should take pride in as a board is moving through, what tend to be some general objections and really getting down to what are the specific objections to a particular project. Because as I understand it, we are in dire need of storage south of the lake. And I am in favor of that. And so what I'd like to be able to do is parse what tend to be some general objections to things and make sure that we are dealing with specifics of what specifically is not agreed to or some people are not happy with, and then digging down into the details.
Vice Chair, we lost you.
No link.
He's on.
Now?
Vice Chair?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you now.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not sure what happened. I didn't touch anything. So, but I hope that we can I'll just close with, working through specific objections and see if the science is there and, do what we need to do as a board together. So I appreciate looking forward to that coming to the board, and thanks very much.
Thanks, Vice Chair. Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chauncey. Well, on the last one, it's pretty much going to be repeating a lot of the same stuff that my colleagues have mentioned, so I'll make it very brief. Number one, Cheryl, as Colonel Roman mentioned, Colonel Roman and Cheryl and I all came in together when we met out there in the West Coast, and Governor DeSantis introduced us, and that was the beginning of a beautiful relationship. Cheryl, I will miss you tremendously. You've taught me so much about how to be skeptical of data when you see it and how to analyze it. So I know how passionate you have been over the years. And as Scott mentioned, how authentic and genuine you are. Look forward to being able to have a normal conversation with you, which unfortunately, when we're on the board together, we can't have. So enjoy your time off. and look forward to reconnecting with you. Again, on the Southland project, Drew, thank you for clarifying some of the maybe misconceptions. I know we can't control what Palm Beach County thinks or the way they interpret things. But if it is true that they are under the presumption that we have approved in any way, shape, or form this project by Phillips and Jordan, I hope that they get the message loud and clear that is not the case. And last but not least, go Gators. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. I appreciate that, except for the Gators part, but that's, actually, I don't really care, but congratulations. Thanks, Jill and your team for the recreational guide. This is really neat, and I'm always asked, if we have recreational opportunities when I'm out talking to people, and I always say yes, and then I am really bad at explaining where they are. So now I can just hand them a book or send them to the website, but I think that whoever said get these published and put them in the chambers it's not a bad idea. I think this is something we really want to show off, and congratulations on that. Cheryl, thanks so much for your service, your time, and your hard work on the governing board. It's been a wonderful 6 years working with you. You're inquisitive, you're intelligent, you're irreverent, and you made me laugh while making me think, and I appreciate that. So I'm going to miss working with you up here, but as others have alluded to, I will enjoy actually being able to talk to you in a normal situation since we're not on the board anymore. As far as Southland goes, I appreciate everyone's comments. I think I think you all made excellent comments, and my takeaway from that is that we have our unsolicited proposal process. Palm Beach County has its zoning process. DEP has its permitting process, and they all sort of exist, but they all exist in sort of stovepipes, and that is a problem that you see with the stovepipe. Nothing is being conditioned on anything else, and that leads to the confusion, I think, that you saw at the Zoning Commission, and I think that's evidence of the realization that our decision should not be made in a vacuum. So I don't know if this is a good project. I don't know if it's a bad project, and I'm not going to really know the answers of that until we've been through our whole unsolicited proposal process, which Drew described, and it's a long process. He said by the end of the year we would know. We'll have a couple of meetings. We'll have time for public involvement. We'll have time for the governing board to make some sort of action. But we haven't yet. And so someone used the word premature earlier, and I think that's probably a pretty accurate characterization of where we are right now as a board on this. Having said that, that's it. And we'll move to...
Mr. Chairman, can I have...
You may. Ms. Bergeron.
Now that you've mentioned the the mining and the EAA, is it important that the board... there's a lot of perception out there. Like, we have already went through everything necessary that this is positive to the environment, it's positive to Everglades restoration. Should we, as a board, notify Palm Beach County Commission?
Mr. Bergeron,
Mr. Bartlett.
So we have accepted this project into our process, right? And that's the letter I sent to Phillips and Jordan. And it did identify that at this site, connected to the canal, it will likely be a good project for water storage and treatment, right? And we have done a lot of storage, a lot of water projects in this area, so we know it can be done. And so what I want to do is just let the county use the letter we sent as their piece of information, right? And we'll continue our process, which will include 2 public hearings and ultimately bringing back an evaluation to the board on it, right? So I really think it's important to let the county do their thing. We've sent a letter to Phillips and Jordan. It says what it says. We are interested in more storage and more treatment south of Lake Okeechobee. So let's let staff do our job to evaluate this project through that unsolicited proposals process.
Okay, the only thing I'm concerned about is the perception that we've already done all the evaluations as something positive.
I think we've made it clear where we are in the process, right? So we know it can be done, you know, we know it's a location that's connected to one of our canals, so it can be implemented, but we don't have the details yet. So we'll go through our process.
Okay, as long as Palm Beach County knows we haven't determined that project being positive or negative to the future of Everglades restoration in our environment. Seems like there's an awful lot of perception, there's an awful lot of concern by a lot of the stakeholders, and we don't want no confusion here. It would seem that they would let us do our process, so we firmly recommend or against, depending on the evaluation we have to do.
I understand.
That's all. The other thing I would like to recommend is that we work with the working group of the task force and the task force and moving the Blue Shanty up in the schedule to make that connection down at the trail and benefit the whole global system, minimize the discharges out our rivers, moving water south. I think we need to work with the working group and work with the task force and let them know how important that project is to move water south. I want to thank Cheryl as well. Thank her for her commitment to the citizens of this beautiful state. It's been an honor working with Cheryl and her passion. I also want to thank you, Drew. I really been working with you for an awful long time, and your leadership is impeccable. Working with our staff, with all of the issues that we have to deal with, I applaud you, and I'm gonna, since I've seen this beautiful film at the end and all the explosions in the background, your new nickname is Dynamite Drew.
Great.
Okay?
Great.
Also want to thank our staff. I know I say this at every meeting, but we have the greatest staff working not only for water supply and flood protection, but dealing with Everglades restoration. So I really want to thank them, and I would like to, Drew, for you to, the next task force meeting is down here. I don't think it's been scheduled yet, but if there's any way we can host in the Central Everglades, I would be very honored to arrange all of that so they see a different part of the Everglades, kind of in the center, for all of the task force, getting them more and more familiar with this global system. And believe it or not, that's all I got to say, Mr. Chairman.
I believe it. Thank you, Mr. Bergeron. Let's see, we'll move to consent. Is there any board member who wants to move any item to consent? Is there public comment on it?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. We will hear first from Mark Perry, followed by Alex Larson.
Governing board again. It's basically item number 20. It's our kind of declaration recognition of April 2025 as being Water Conservation Month, which is great. And since 1998, as it says, you in the district, we've all kind of recognized we need to increase our awareness of our water resources and also promote the efficient use of the state's diverse water resources. What I see happening and what you'll see since we talked about comprehensive Everglades plan back in year 2000, we recognize that about 1.7 billion gallons a day is going to tide to either the Atlantic or Gulf through all the canals and discharges that we have. That's over the consumption that we have, about 8.5 million people here in South Florida, including ag, we consume about 1.3 billion gallons a day. So we're literally dumping to the Atlantic or Gulf a lot more water than we're actually consuming. This is troublesome for recharge of our aquifers and things. You're going to see later on in John's presentation about from the lake, we've went east and west with about 850,000 acre feet. That's about 276 billion gallons in this water year so far. So we've dumped all of that to the Atlantic or Gulf. And once that fresh water gets into the Atlantic or Gulf, it's pretty much gone. We need it to go south, obviously, to recharge the aquifers like the Biscayne, which is right down the middle of the Everglades. And that aquifer, of course, is the water supply for all those people in Southeast Florida. So I encourage us to really do a better job. We're trying to, through all the projects and programs that we have in our watersheds, to this 11.5 million acres of greater Everglades ecosystem watershed. We're trying to store and treat that water within that and redo this whole drainage project, which we've been into since the late 1800s and early 1900s, when we decided we need to drain the swamp and get rid of all this water. So let's focus on trying to keep that water on the site, trying to keep that runoff from running off and keep it on the land sites. And let's use things like dispersed water management projects and others to kind of hold on to that water and let it percolate down the aquifer or evapotranspire it out into the sky and stored in those big white puffy things we call clouds up there to later on rain down and provide us about 50, 60 inches of rainfall, which we need to also recharge the aquifer. So let's all use that wise conservation message this month, but every month we should wisely use our water resources.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. We'll hear next from Alex Larson.
I was looking for a written copy of your mission statement. I'm sorry, I left the room for a bit. It's on the wall out there. Everybody go out there and read that, please. Because I do, reading the agenda last night, because 16 was changed from what I read. It was revised from what I read online last night at my friend's house. But I do hope, like on number 16, we're doing a lot of swapping land and conservation land and doing different things. And I always think that all of the entities that work with us and the constituents of the county and you, they should always be identified who they really are, because Delray Beach Associates is GL Homes. It's named 3 different things in this one item with land conservation easements and all this other stuff. And also the other thing that was on here was the helicopters. You were gonna put a helicopter pad out on Southern Boulevard there next to the Arthur Marshall. I didn't think that was a good idea. Now, it says here in your agenda that it looks like you've straightened out your problem with a contract with Signature Flight, so hopefully the helicopters will stay at the airport where they belong. I don't know, I'm just asking. Because that's what the ramification was. We were gonna build a helipad out there on Southern near my house. And I can't tell you how much fun we have with the North County Airport already with helicopters. So it is something I hope you're all looking into, and I hope that the contract's there, and I hope your helicopters leave Signature Flight, not another place on Southern Boulevard. We don't need any more airports. We don't need any more planes. We don't need a lot of stuff, because that is part of the poison. What a pilot told me recently was when they land, they dump their fuel. So they make the plane lighter, so when the plane lands, but they're dumping that fuel up in the air. Now, I'm not saying that they're the be-all, end-all answer to everything, but I am really concerned about us, because if we are doing things, you've been trying to do SERP and all these other things, these acronyms for 150 years. The Army Corps of Engineers, I've never seen how much permission you have to ask for everything. And how many acronyms everything goes through. And what's really sad for the layperson, and that's what I am, a layperson, is to figure out which acronym is responsible for what. That's why I was looking for your mission statement out. I found it on the wall, which was really good, but I hope everybody, if I get a copy of it today, I'll make sure you all get a copy too. So it's something that we can remember, because I think we really do. Sometimes we forget about how easily, we get water from up there. We get 57 inches a year, we hope, to get water here in the state of Florida, because we don't have any mountains, there's no snow runoff, there's nothing. You got to get the water from up there. So hopefully you'll take that into consideration always when you're voting on different issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Larson. We'll hear next from our Zoom participants. We'll hear from Nicole Neuenschwander. Ms. Neuenschwander, please unmute.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'm hearing a whole lot during this meeting about water conservation for the Everglades and water conservation for, the east coast of our state. I live here in Lee County on the west coast in Cape Coral, where I believe that you all had just issued us an emergency, a water emergency, because our aquifers are absolutely drying up. But my question is, I live on the northeast side of the city, and we're all on well water here. We're all told that we have to conserve our water. Now we cannot water at all. And yet I'm looking out my dining room window where they are building yet another house in my neighborhood that also has to be put on well water for an aquifer that's already going dry, and that we have been put ourselves on a water restriction. And what my question is, and it's also been rumored that in the city of Cape Coral, they're taking our water from the northeast, where we're all very dependent on this water, and they're pumping it down to the southeast side of the city to feed the southeast, where they have overpopulated and where they're continuing to still develop big apartment complexes and stuff down there. Now, my question is how serious does our water situation have to get here in Northeast Cape Coral before somebody, which I'm told that, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm told that it's actually the permits are actually given by your organization as to whether or not they can build up here and connect into the well system. So forgive me if I'm wrong for that. That's my understanding. And the problem is that, it's more important for builders to be able to build and make money out here than it is to conserve our water out here. And I just would say that something has to be done about that, because if I have to drill a new well, which is going to cost me anywhere between $7,000 to $10,000, because our water is being mismanaged and we're still building when we don't have any water to support it. So that is my concern. Thank you for letting me talk.
Thank you, Ms. Neuenschwander. Mr. Chairman, we have no additional public comments.
Oh, thanks, Molly. Thank you all for your comments. And ma'am, I'd ask you to stay tuned, because I think we'll probably be answering some of your questions in the next presentation. Can I have a motion and a second to approve consent?
I'll move to approve consent.
Thanks.
A second.
Thanks. I have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call that question. Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Mr. Steinle?
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes. Colonel Roman?
Yes.
Mr. Butler?
Yes.
Vice Chair Wagner?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Thanks. That passes unanimously. Mr. Ellsner. So now you're going to talk about what we were just.
Yeah, that was
Okay.
that was a good segue. Mark Ellsner, Water Supply Bureau Chief, and today I'm going to be providing an update on water levels in northeastern Cape Coral and what is in the Mid-Hawthorne Aquifer. At the end of this presentation, I'm going to ask you to consider a resolution delegating authority to the executive director to issue a modified phase 4 water shortage order in Northeast Cape Coral if conditions warrant. All right, well, what area are we talking about? On the left here is a city of Cape Coral. Here's the Caloosahatchee River, Matlacha Pass, and there's two main water supply sources in Cape Coral. You have the municipal water, and they draw from the Florida aquifer, which is about 1,000 feet deep. They reverse osmosis it and provide it to the customers. Right now, they're able to serve the area of Pine Island and south. So this area is on city services. It's on water, wastewater, and irrigation water.
I'm sorry, when you say Pine Island, you're talking Pine Island Road?
Yeah, I'm sorry,
Correct?
Pine
Okay,
Island
okay.
Road, yes, sir.
Thanks.
Yep. To the north, they're in the process of installing the lines to provide water, potable water, irrigation water, and wastewater. So this area is dependent on well water, water from the Mid-Hawthorne aquifer. It's about 125 feet below surface and deeper. And on the right is just a blow-up of this area. And it's, and the triangle area is our area of concern, our water shortage area. We currently have phase 3, modified phase 3 water shortage restrictions in place. And I'll point out Pine Island Road here because that, it'll be in a couple other slides also.
Can I ask you, I'm sorry to keep interrupting, I just want to understand exactly, so we're talking about solely in the triangle. So
Yes.
It looks like the area to the west of the triangle, to the left there, that's pretty heavily developed. Are they getting their water from a different place?
They're getting from the Mid-Hawthorne also. And in one of my next slides, the Mid-Hawthorne aquifer dips or goes deeper.
Okay.
So we don't have the same concerns there right now.
Thanks.
Versus the northeast. This area is made up of quarter-acre lots, and each of those lots, because there's no regional services available, have a well and a septic tank. Of those 14, there's about 14,000 homes built in that area, and about 11,500 have their own wells. A lot of homes. Okay, so I want to talk about a little history here, and this will match up with a hydrograph I'll show you a little later. But in year 2000, Cape Coral really wasn't being noticed, at least in this area of it. They had a few homes, but they built a large school in anticipation of the development. And since then, over the last 20 years, the area on the right shows the area the way it is today, and there's a considerable number of homes. And this is not the whole parallelogram. This is just a segment of that. L4820 is our monitoring well that I'll talk about later. Okay, so what is the Mid-Hawthorne aquifer? If you cut the peninsula of Cape Coral on this red line from Fort Myers over to Pine Island and turn it on its side, you're going to see this type of geologic formation. The Mid-Hawthorne is in the lavender here. And above it is the Mid-Hawthorne confined unit. And what the confined unit does is just what it says, confining. This is a confined aquifer that it doesn't allow water from the surface to penetrate into the Mid-Hawthorne. So when it rains over here, we're not getting that recharge like a superficial aquifer. The Mid-Hawthorne actually receives its recharge to areas north in Charlotte and DeSoto counties. A couple other things, like the question you were asking is, here's 4820, and it's like at the tippy top of the aquifer, and you could see how the aquifer goes deeper on each side. So right now, this is sort of the highest point, and realizing the issues that I'll be talking about a little later. The other thing I'd like to point out is there's really not other options here for a homeowner to tap. You do have the water table aquifer. It is present. but it's not present in all places, and its productivity is questionable as well as its water quality. So back over 20 years ago, the district adopted a minimum flow and level for the aquifer system in here, in the lower west coast. It includes lower Tamiami, sandstone, and the mid-Hawthorne aquifers. And these MFLs were put in place to protect aquifers in the lower west coast from excessive drawdowns, potentially causing significant harm to the aquifer, including the mid-Hawthorne aquifer. And the MFL is water levels can't drop below the top of the aquifer. And an MFL violation occurs when the water level drops below the top of the uppermost geologic stratum that comprises the aquifer at any point in time. At that time, they also developed or identified a maximum developable level limit that's a permitting criteria designed to prevent harm to the aquifer. So it's like a 20-foot buffer. Because of that confinement of the aquifer and the recharge area, the mid-Hawthorne is north, is at a higher elevation. So the aquifer is under pressure in this area. So that if you would drill a well down through the aquifer, the water level is going to rise above the top of the aquifer. So when we talk about we're approaching the top of the aquifer, that's the pressure in the aquifer lowering and the levels lowering to where we could start dewatering the aquifer. And I'll talk about the potential issues with that. All right, so what's the significance of that? Here's an illustration of the aquifer with the sort of the rock matrix and the water in between. And the water is incompressible, so it actually provides support of the formation and the rock matrix above it. If water levels drop below it, we could experience compaction of that aquifer because you've lost that support of the water. And it's sort of like a sponge, the aquifer, that it contains water. When you squeeze the sponge, water comes out, but the sponge rebounds. The concern with the aquifer is once you start taking water out, if it compacts, that is irreversible damage to the aquifer, which will affect its water storage capacity as well as its water production capacity.
So does it then get squished on either side by the confining aquifers?
The matrix on top of it, yes, sir. Okay, so how do we know what's going on underground? We have a very comprehensive groundwater monitoring program of the district that monitors all the aquifers. We have several wells in the Cape Coral area, some of those shown here. And the well that I'll be focusing in on is L4820. As part of this effort, we did look at wells up in here also. All right, so here's a hydrograph of the L4820 water levels. On the y-axis is groundwater elevations. X-axis is time. And as you can see over time, the water levels have decreased anywhere from 60 to 70 feet over the last 20 years. If you remember that aerial I showed you earlier about Cape Coral and how it's developed, and around 2000, there wasn't much growth, and then that has just increased. And with that growth, they have increased water demands, which have resulted in declining water levels. The sawtooth nature of this is you'll see the dips occur during the dry season when irrigation increases, but it rebounds during the summer. But it's not because of rainfall, because of that confining unit. That's because of less irrigation during the summer. And we've had that sawtooth pattern for the last 2 decades. And then in 2022, we had the last increase, but then it sort of went flat on us. And, we've been working with Lee County and Cape Coral during this time period and had projected that we would continue to have the sawtooth pattern, and that they were under construction of regional systems in one of the areas here. And one, we didn't get the increase, and two, the construction was delayed. So we've had to adapt. This is just zooming in on the last 3 years since 2022 of that hydrograph. Here was that last increase, and then it's sort of flattened out. But as we were approaching the end of 2023, the beginning of the dry season, we were approaching a record low for the aquifer at the beginning of the dry season. That was very concerning. That's when we imposed phase 3 water shortage restrictions in this area, and it limited landscape irrigation to 1 day a week. And one thing I didn't mention at the beginning is this is primarily residential. There's a couple commercial 7-Elevens and things like that, and a business park. But the primary use of the water in this area is for drinking and irrigation. So this order reduced irrigation to 1 day a week, but also wanted to emphasize that we had above average rainfall. I don't know if you recall, but it was above average dry season rainfall and during the wet season. And with the water shortages in place, we got some lift, but not a lot, and nothing like this. So it left us in a unique position. And, you know, what was the aquifer going to do going forward?
I'm sorry to keep doing this to you, but do you have a feeling for how much of it is a lack of recharge and how much of it is from use?
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought that up. We did look at the other wells up here in the recharge area, and they're all staying normal. And below, they're healthy. And what's happening here is just with the pumpage and the growth, they've brought the water level down. And this flatness, we think, is it's just the demand has increased above what's coming in from the north.
Have we lost any of that sponge, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Have we lost any of that spongeability that we talk about?
No, levels are still above the top of the aquifer,
Okay.
so.
It's not like we've lost spongeability and it's just not, doesn't have the ability to recharge up then. We think we can still recharge eventually if we.
Yeah, but I think the solution here is what we're trying to do with our water shortage restrictions is, one, try to get that lift, but two, bridge the gap between today and when those regional services are going to be constructed. And that's the end all. That's the end game here of, what we're seeing. We don't think we're going to get a lot of lift unless we reduce the demand. And yesterday's level was at 91.68, and that's about 11 and a half feet above the MFL. And so we have on these graphs, the green line is the MDL, that maximum developable limit, and then the red is the MFL. And here's the numbers at the top of the aquifer, which is the MFL, is at negative 103.01 NAVD. And 20 feet above that would be the maximum developable limit. Okay, so talking about those municipal services, we've been working very closely with Lee County and the city of Cape Coral for the last 3 years on this situation and managing it, but managing it until we can get to this point where these regional services are installed. They've in the south part of the area, below Pine Island Road, that has all been served. And within the parallelogram, they do have municipal services right in this area here. But like I said, there's 11,500 homes that are on wells. They've divided their whole north area into phases, and this shows the schedule of what they're following. So in this area here around, and here's that well, L4820, they are in the midst of completing this area here. And these are not small projects. The pictures to the right are the areas that they're installing those municipal services. So you got 3 pipelines in a roadway and right of way. So they basically go in and just tear up the road to install those and then, pave back over the road. So it's a big effort. And this is supposed to be completed, and they indicated they're on schedule for end of 2025. This will remove about 2,000 wells, this area here. And we hope that with each one of these, or not hope, but we're planning that we're going to see lifts in water levels with completion of each one of these phases. What that lift is, we'll have to see. But by 2030, this whole area will have municipal services, except for this North 8 up in this area. One challenge with like North 6 is they can't send that to their existing wastewater facility. They need to build a new wastewater facility, which will be over here. And they've reprioritized, and they're fast tracking that construction, and right now scheduled to be done by 2030. So that there's a place for the wastewater to go, but also a source for the reclaimed water for irrigation.
So I'm sorry, so all these people they're putting on water in that first phase are also getting sewer?
Yeah, they'll get
at the same time?
They'll get water, wastewater, and irrigation
reuse?
water.
Okay.
All three.
That's a requirement, isn't it, Mr. Mark?
The city has implemented a program, and they implemented in the early 90s to start this effort, and they went from the south and working their way north. So as part of their
a requirement to go sewer and
Yep, and
potable water delivery at the same
Yep,
time.
and I think this initiated because of the septic tanks and the loading and the water quality concerns, but now it's evolved into a water supply concern.
Yep.
And does it work? Wait, did I miss something? On the map on the left shows the purple pipes and reclaimed water in northwest Lee County. And as you can see in the Cape Coral, this is Pine Island Road. The whole south is covered with purple pipe. That's where they have their municipal services available. The graph to the right shows how these can recover. And that this well 581, which was right here, it was declining, like we're seeing at 4820. But as soon as they started installing those municipal services and reducing that pumpage, the water levels increased over 60 feet. So we know that works. We just got to get the water available to those folks. Okay, for the water shortage order, like I said, this was issued in November 28th, 2023, and this was modified Phase 3 water shortage restrictions for users of the Mid-Hawthorne Aquifer within this parallelogram. So it didn't affect people who are on municipal water or municipal reclaimed water. It was just those homes that are using the Mid-Hawthorne Aquifer. And it was 1 day a week. Majority of this area is the city of Cape Coral. There is some unincorporated Lee County up in this area. So we've been working with both local governments on this. So why jump into Phase 3, modified Phase 3 restrictions? In our water shortage plan, it identifies 4 different levels of water shortage: Phase 1, Phase 2, Phase 3, Phase 4. And the specifications under each one of those and the allowed number of irrigation days is on the right here. So Phase 1 is 3 days, Phase 2 is 2, Phase 3 is 1, and Phase 4 is 0. With our year-round rule that Drew was talking about earlier, Cape Coral is already 2 days a week. So essentially, day to day, they're already operating at a Phase 2 water shortage. So that's why we started with the Phase 3 to reduce that to 1 day. And as conditions warrant, we can increase those cutbacks to mitigate the potential for harm to our aquifer system. As part of this effort, we thought it was good to document what's been done and a plan going forward. So the district, the county, and the city worked together to develop this joint action plan. And the objective is to protect the Mid-Hawthorne and Northeast Cape Coral from permanent damage and prevent loss of drinking water supply to the domestic users in that area. So the actions based in this plan are based on the water levels at 4820. Cape Coral did pass a resolution in support of this and recognizing it. Now, so I'm just going to go through some of the actions that are in there. So actions to date, we issued a modified Phase 3 water shortage restriction. One thing the city does, and they're serious about compliance with their year-round rule, is they hire contract code enforcement folks, irrigation folks during the dry season to go around and make sure everybody's abiding by the water shortage, their normal schedule, as well as our water shortage restrictions now. Like I said, they've accelerated their North Water Reclamation Facility to 2030, and they've also reprioritized that utility extension phase North 6 to 2030. The city has purchased the Southwest Aggregates mine in Charlotte County with the intent of converting that to a reservoir to supply their irrigation system or supplement the reclaimed water to meet the needs. And then our communications groups have been working together on a collaborative plan or implementing a collaborative plan to educate the residents there on the need to conserve. In the plan, we identified some immediate actions, and these have all been completed, and the reason for the green check marks on the left, that any new or replacement wells need to be drilled in the lower portion of the Mid-Hawthorne aquifer, which reduces the impact to the resource. The city has adopted an ordinance requiring mandatory connection to their reclaimed water system when it's available. And also, Lee County is, if a self-supply well fails and there's reclaimed water available, they're required to connect to the system. And we're continuing with our collaborative communications. So in developing this plan, we knew we should have some off-ramps, that we can't let it just fall to the minimum flow and level before we do anything. So we have two different sets of actions. This top one, should water levels decline to less than 10 feet above the MFL, which is the 93.01 feet for 2 consecutive weeks. Any new Mid-Hawthorne wells, we just limited to potable use, no irrigation. And then implement 0 days of irrigation except for hand watering. You know, we're at a point where green grass or drinking water. And we got to preserve that drinking water and the potable nature of the aquifer. We have a second set of actions that if it falls to the MFL, the negative 103.01 feet, we're going to cease issuing any new well construction permit, and we're still going to maintain that 0 days irrigation. So what does that first action look like? So I took that same graph that we were looking at and added the 10 foot above the MFL. This is the 93.01 feet. And as you can see, and as I indicated, the current level is 91.66 feet. So we're about a 1.5 feet above that, 10 foot above the MFL line, and where we would go to 0 days irrigation. So this is it's a serious situation. We don't know when that's going to happen, but it may be in between board meetings. And that's why we're asking for the authority or a resolution to delegate to the executive director the authority to issue water shortage order imposing phase 4 restrictions in Northeast Cape Coral when certain hydrological conditions in the Mid-Hawthorne exist. Before we get into questions, I would like to acknowledge that we have Michael Chisholm, the manager of City Cape Coral, in the audience. And we also have Mark Mora virtually attending he's the Assistant County Administrator for Lee County, in case there's any questions for them.
Thanks, Mark. Going back to, can you go back to the last slide real quick? So we're pretty close to hitting that black line. Do we have to be under it for 2 weeks? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Why do you have the 2-week grace?
With the way this thing is bumping up and down, we thought that having 2 weeks to know it's consistently under was appropriate.
And then if that slope continues, when would you hit the red line? Or did you have a projection on that?
Good question. Well, if we go to 0 days irrigation, I think we'll see this line flatten a little.
Okay. That's what I would
is our
expect.
hope. Yeah. And, and with the city completing that phase one north, one west, yeah, we're optimistic that we can avoid hitting the MFL.
Okay.
I have.
We have public comment before we go. Let's do public comment and then we'll do public comment. I'm sorry.
We do, Mr. Chairman. We'll hear first from Mark Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, Mark Perry. We understand the use of our water resources around the state. And in a lot of places like what you're seeing here, they've gone off of wells because the superficial aquifers are really drying up because of over demand. City of Stewart over in the East Coast was the same way. And then going down to the upper Florida and for that water resource that Mark had mentioned in his presentation about bringing that up at about 1,000 feet down, bringing that up and having to go through reverse osmosis to provide potable water. We also use those same kind of areas in the upper Florida for ASR wells. If you recall, that's kind of been in the proposal to put water down there, try to store it in this freshwater bubble and then recover it after as we need it on the surface. Those are really kind of iffy systems. One other use of the lower Florida and what we've done is to inject water under underground injection control wells, UIC wells, that we have about 200 of those throughout the state that we inject our wastewater. And the same thing happens just as the city of Stewart. All the wastewater comes back, and instead of putting it through secondary treatment, effluent, and disposing it on surface waters, now they're going down into injecting it into the lower Florida, which is about 3,000 feet down. The problem with all this is that it's not those confining layers that you see nicely drawn on a graph just like that, very nice and smooth confining layers that confine one layer of the aquifer to the other. We're built on a karst system, which has a limestone base that's all kinds of crevices and movements throughout these layers of the aquifer. So those confining layers aren't so confining. And they found, USGS has done studies to find that those injected wells come up into the upper Florida and they produce problems for recovery and all that kind of water that we're depending on now more and more in this upper Florida rather than in the superficial aquifers. This is just a great example of the fact that we're over demanding of the natural recharge of these aquifers, which are going to happen more and more as we overdevelop, and we're going to have to find better ways to conserve water, to use water wisely, and to try to make sure that what we're doing with the water we inject and everything is not, going to cause problems outside on the coral reefs, for instance. In our case, that those injectates end up at about 90 feet of water out along our reefs. So it's not a good thing. Water moves around even under the aquifers and below. So be very careful as we proceed, but we've got to understand the demand. And I just want to tell you, this man here, Mark's been around for more than 30 years in this district dealing with all these water supply plans and has done an excellent job. So appreciate your work on it.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. We'll hear next from Caitlin Newcamp.
Good morning, Chair, governing board members. Thank you, Mark, for the presentation. Wanted to congratulate you, Charlotte, on your reappointment, and on Drew on his anniversary, and thank Cheryl for her all of her hard work on the board. So I wanted to offer our comments on the Cape Coral water shortage response and its connection to your resolution for April as Water Conservation Month. The key connection lies in the fact that according to both the Lower West Coast Water Supply Plan and the data on Cape Coral's aquifers and water use, turfgrass irrigation is the largest consumer of both utility and domestic self-supply water. As such, it should be a primary focus of water conservation efforts. Failure to address turfgrass irrigation as the largest consumptive use carries significant risks, including aquifer compaction, permanent loss of water supply, and even land subsidence. It is important to note that Cape Coral utilities will not have central water and sewer infrastructure available for this crisis region until at least the year 2030. Furthermore, relying on the conversion to reuse water is not a sustainable long-term solution. We know that the Florida Department of Environmental Protection has identified purple pipe irrigation as a source of nutrients contributing to harmful algal blooms that have plagued Cape Coral and Southwest Florida for years. Therefore, a more immediate and proactive strategy is needed to address these challenges. Instead of relying solely on short-term measures such as code enforcement, the district should take a more proactive approach to come up with more long-term solutions to these problems. This could include collaborating with local governments, DEP, and FDACs to promote, educate, and incentivize water conservation through the conversion of turf grass to native plant landscaping. While 100% conversion is probably not feasible, targeting at least 50% of landscaping that does not require irrigation, fertilizers, and pesticides would significantly reduce water consumption. The district, with its primary responsibility for water management, including water supply planning, is in a unique position to lead this collaborative effort for large-scale landscaping revision. You will have Audubon, Florida, along with many other partners by your side in this crucial initiative. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Newcamp. Mr. Chairman, we have no hands raised on Zoom, so that concludes our public comment on this item.
Right.
Actually, we just had one.
You got one more?
One hand has been raised on Zoom, sorry. Nicole Newen-Schwander, please unmute your mic.
Thank you for letting me speak one more time, as I've been sitting here listening to all of these conversations about the area of Cape Coral, which I live. And I just want to say that while I understand that that maybe irrigating our yards or our gardens or whatever during the winter months when we are down in our rainfall, maybe using some of the aquifers waters, I can assure you that as I look out my window to my neighbors' yards, and I've been here for almost 10 years, that most of us never or hardly ever irrigate our yards during the winter months, just because we're not built that way, most of all. So, and I can't see how irrigating our yards for an hour a week would amount to the amount of water that it would take for a new home to be built that would probably house anywhere between 2 to 3 people using water on a daily basis. So my question is, with how many homes we have on the market here in Cape Coral, and with more becoming on the market as people are leaving the area, why is it that until we have safe water levels again, and why we can't allow our natural water systems to come back up with building new houses that are going to require the use of that water with more wells dug? I don't understand. It does not make sense to me to tell us that we can't water our yards for an hour a week, but you're going to build a new home that's going to have anywhere between 2 to 4 people using water in it every single day. So if somebody can explain that to me, because it doesn't make sense to me at all. And I'm not in the science, but I can, look out my my window and see my neighborhood to see that just about every winter, all of us are happy not to have to mow our yards because we're irrigating. So if somebody could explain that to me, all I'm saying is, why not slow down on the building in this area long enough to allow our natural water sources to come back up? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Neuenschwander. Mr. Chairman, we have no additional public comment.
Thanks. Colonel Roman, you had
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mark, thanks for the excellent presentation. It sounds like a serious state of affairs in listening to you, but I don't have much context for frequent discussions of this type coming before this board. So I rely on you and your expertise to kind of shape some of my questions if necessary. When I'm out in the community, whether I'm speaking to groups or just out, visiting sites, I often get the question, what about growth? What about growth in our water supply? And I understand the excellent work that the district does with our water supply planning and how we painstakingly go through all of the metrics in order to ensure that we have the proper supply for today and in the future. But in this case, I don't know how serious this really is. Is this serious to the point of critical mass here? Has the city had to put a hold on building permits because of their condition? Can you shed some light on that?
Yeah, good question. And we do our water supply planning, and we update those every 5 years. And within utility programs, we project a demand, we identify the projects and how they're going to meet that demand. This area, and there's another similar area, Lehigh Acres, they don't have regional services available. They're individual wells. For the utilities, we issue consumptive use permits for those, so there's an analysis that goes on to be able to get that allocation as part of your permit. For these self-supplied areas in the private wells, they have a permit by rule, meaning they don't come in for a permit from the Water Management District. They are required to get a well construction permit, and that permitting activity is delegated to, it was the city, now it's the county. And then the city issues the building permits, which we don't have authority to issue those. So in these areas, it's a little more complicated. And, with these, in these areas, we've directed the wells to go deeper to minimize the impact on the aquifer, is what we've done to minimize the impact of any additional new wells.
So if I understand what you're sharing, you are working with the county and the cities to take some measures or recommend some measures as well. My concern is that we have several tools in our toolbox, but therefore, Water Management District responsibilities. And if you see something that maybe the county could be doing or the city can be doing, we could recommend. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yep. And as part of this action plan, we did work together on this action plan and putting it together and agree to the terms. And as I indicated, Cape Coral actually brought it to their city council.
Mm-hmm. And I was just in Lehigh Acres doing a site visit with their municipal services, and I understand the fact that they're basically managing stormwater and they haven't moved to a utility. So thank you for that.
Mr. Steinle.
I'm still confused as to how we got here in the first place. So Charlotte, thanks for those questions, which helps a little bit. But it seems to me like does this development, I guess, first of all, is this development done by a single developer, or is this a patchwork of private homes and developments?
I would have
It's a
to
patchwork.
maybe ask Mike if he would be willing to address that.
I guess
If we could get the
question
city
is-
to,
Yeah.
thanks.
And this is Michael Chisholm he's the city manager for the city of Cape Coral.
Good morning, Board. Thank you for the question. Our community is a pre-platted community that it eventually will be the 5th largest in the state of Florida at build out. We're about 50% built out right now, 240,000 in population. Ultimately, will exceed 400,000. So what we have is individual developable lots, which is a classic urban sprawl, and those permits can be pulled at any time in any of a 120 square mile area of our city.
So I guess part of the question I was going to ask is if this was a single developer, they would have to come to the district for a consumptive use permit, correct? But since it's not, this is a county.
It's single-family homes are
Okay.
get a permit by rule, but if
Yeah.
it was a small development and they're larger than a single-family home, they would be required to get a permit,
And
yes.
forgive me for my ignorance here, but if we're talking about the 5th largest development in the state of Florida, how that was expected to rely on well water and septic tanks to service it, what was the expectation? I mean, there were no services planned at initiation. Was it a surprise that this was happening? I mean, I guess the septic issue wouldn't be a surprise. We're spending all this money to try to clean up our system, and I'm just surprised and frustrated. I know it's not your fault, but I just, in terms of the system that allows these developments to happen outside of the water issue, supply issue, we're paying, the state is paying for septic to sewage conversion right now. I'm hearing that there's still a lot of developments that are being permitted on septic. I mean, it just doesn't make sense to me. I know this might not be our mandate, but it's like we're investing all this money, and yet there's construction happening in the state that's not only depleting our water supply, which I would expect you could sort of anticipate, and it's clearly easier to add services before the development or, at the initial part of the development versus post-development. And then we've got a whole nother community, the 5th largest in Florida, that we know eventually is going to have to go to sewage. It doesn't make sense to me, and I know we're not talking about that, but it does go to a big part of our mandate here. We're spending a ton of money to try to improve the conditions of our water, the quality of our water, and yet the zoning and permitting process seems to be at odds with what we're trying to achieve. I guess that's more of a comment than a question, but it's.
I'll talk to that. So it is, like the city manager said, it's because it was pre-platted, right? And this is a problem that Florida had when they pre-platted everything. Fortunately, we bought Pickey and Strand back so we could prevent that from happening. But once you get that pre-plat done, then you're into private property, right? And all these people have their private property and they have rights with that private property. And part of that is being able to put a house on it, right? So, I think, and this is the intersection we're in across the state, right? And Cape Coral's a good example of it. I mean, I have to applaud the city for seeing the future and seeing how popular they're becoming and running both sewer and water and reclaimed and everything to try to get a better water management system in. But unfortunately, it's not done. And so, they've got their tools on how to manage the growth in the city. Our only tool is working closely with the county on the private wells, right? And so we've already said, don't put the private wells where it's going to harm this mid-Hawthorne aquifer worse, right? Because there is aquicludes within that aquifer. It's not that pretty, paint that Mark Perry mentioned. And so we've already said, go deeper so you have some buffer between the top of the aquifer and not with whatever's in that matrix. But now we're at a point where, hey, we could get to a point where you cannot put a well in. And that's the only tool we have, But I have to say, I've seen activity in other parts of the country and what people know and what people don't know what's happening. And the thing I'm grateful for here is we do know what's happening, right? And so we can see the trend, we can see the failure to rebound and start messaging quickly and getting these messages out and these action plans in place to not lose an aquifer. And our rules really don't kick in until we get that MDL, which is 20 feet above, right? Which is a good amount of distance, right? So it's an unfortunate situation we're in, but it all started with the platting, right? And private property rights and what people can do with their properties. But we're doing what we can with respect to where we can put straws in, right? And then of course, we're helping fund the reclaimed water lines, helping fund their expansion, which is a complaint, right? I mean, we shouldn't have gotten here to begin with. It's not unique to Cape Coral, though. I mean, you see it in Palm Bay, another great example of the same problem. But it all starts with it becoming private property and all those little chiclets.
Thanks, Drew.
And if I was hearing correctly, it was the 1990s that the plans were put in place for a transition to public utilities and sewer?
Yeah, so our city was incorporated in 1970, so we've been doing sewer, water, and irrigation expansion since the late 80s, early 90s. Right now, we're about 50 square miles out of 122 square miles. We're getting about 1 square mile, about 3,000 home units, an area per year on average. But there's a delay because sometimes we do 2 square miles, a little bit bigger project, depending on the geographic area. And so most of the city's history, it's been more water quality driven. So it was focused on the southern half, which impacted the impaired waters of the Caloosahatchee. Then it focused on the northwest, which was Matlacha Pass and Pine Island Sound. This really, in the city's history, 54 years, is the first time where we've had to amend where we're going due to a water quantity, a water supply issue. But we've been working with your staff. We have been very reactive. My council has been very reactive. We have had to fast track putting in a wastewater plant. So we are all working together to avoid the worst case scenario. We believe that that southern part of that rhombus parallelogram, about 40% of those units within the next year, this year, a portion of those will be brought online. And so we expect to see a small rebound from that. And then the North One East in 2027, if you look at that will basically dissect that in half from the northeast to the southwest. Everything below that blue is already on centralized water. So we're hopeful within the next 2 years to have half of this entire area out of the Mid-Hawthorne Aquifer, and then turning right around going into North 6 to the new plant. So we've been working, understanding that this has been declining. That's why we're in this area as opposed to another area which would be more water quality driven. And so with everything that we've done, we've implemented actions as your staff, Mark, has said. We've reduced irrigation. Last week, we met with our construction industry and actually changed the turf grass. So we now in that area are no longer, we're requiring drought tolerant turf grass so that there isn't anybody putting down turf that would be requiring massive amounts of water. We're continuing to educate our community and working with our local industry and your staff.
Well, I'm encouraged by your comments that you're adaptable enough to move the priority for your system to extend into this area. So thank you for your comments.
And thanks very much for driving over today. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'll get to you a sec. And I'm assuming this is all because of just the explosive growth we've seen. It probably caught you a little bit by surprise because you had plans to put water here, but just not yet. Is that correct?
No, we've had plans where these were already designed
That's what I thought.
and implemented. Yeah, so it was It was just a matter of, well, I'll say, if the Great Recession hadn't happened in 2008, we took a 4-year pause, only because of the economy. And had we not taken a 4-year pause to let the economy rebound, this area would have been done by now.
Good. Have you all, I know Sanibel has a native vegetation, you'd mentioned vegetation and turf grass. Do you have any ordinances like that that prohibit or encourage native vegetation going to try and encourage less water use?
I don't know about encouraging the native, but what we do have, we spend millions of dollars a year removing invasives and exotics throughout the entire city, working with private lot owners to actually go in there and remove them.
Thanks. Mr. Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question I had, do you have any statistics or have you seen any local homeowner well failures? I mean, what are you seeing? I assume it is ticking up.
Yes, we monitor that. We do heat maps, we do individual points to understand where that's occurring in the city. We are tracking and speaking with well drillers on costs. Some of the interesting aspects from the cost perspective is it's costing us about $30,000 to bring forward the water, the sewer, the irrigation, and a brand new road. The new wells, if they have to re-drill a well and cap and grout and seal the old one, and then go deeper, are running about $15,000 just for that permit. And then on top of that, because they're required to go deeper, most of them are being required to put in a whole house RO in order to get the quality perspective. So you're pushing $22,000. And then with the new wells, they're deeper. They need a higher horsepower pump. So then the electrical expense on the run side, the O&M side, is more expensive. So from a perspective of what is more beneficial, it clearly putting in a centralized potable water and sewer system is better for our residents in the Cape, and that's why we're fast tracking as fast as we can.
And they could have to put a well in today just so they have water at home, and then we're connecting within 5 years. And yeah, that's
worst case scenario is they have to replace one today, and they're in that north 1 east area, and we're going to be there in 2 years.
Yeah, and I can sympathize. I woke up at 4 this morning, went to turn on the faucet, and I had no water. I have my own. I'm on a superficial aquifer at my house on my own half-horse well, jet pump. And fortunately, it was a pressure switch this morning. It wasn't a well failure, but I was able to just tap on it. But came on, and I had to go back out and tap on it again at 5:30 because it went. I got to replace the pressure switch when I get home. But that's what my wife said. No, but but that sinking feeling when you open the faucet and you hear nothing but that gurgle, and I certainly take anything that we may do here where we're removing irrigation. I'm sure there are some businesses that absolutely rely, or an important part of their business is having aesthetics. And I realize that this is pretty serious discussion, taking rights away. And my next question would be, who enforces? We give the authority for phase 4. We're already in phase 3, but who enforces this rule, this mandate?
It's a multiple agency responsibility. We work with the Cape. They're doing their residents and businesses. But if they have a permit from the Water Management District, we're also driving in those areas to make sure that they're staying in compliance with the restrictions in place. But they have the city, you have like 5 contractors.
Code enforcement officers so we'll manage the local policing action, and then the part of the plan that governs the depth and the use, the consumption side, will be done with the county and the district.
That's all I had, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Bergeron.
So the aquifer that supplies the city water is a different aquifer than the well water.
Yeah, it's,
Correct.
the Florida aquifer about 1,000 feet deep in this area. And no
So the-
communication with the surface. It's a
Right.
totally separate system.
So the solution into the future is more people tying into city water. I know you got property rights and you want to respect them, but issuing permits for wells when you don't have the resource. So the real solution is how does the city move forward in regards to more city water?
Yes.
I mean, you can keep issuing permits for wells, but there's only a certain volume there to continue to do that. So apparently the growth is going out ahead of the infrastructure that could support city water. So
Yeah, and
it's a two-edged sword.
Yep, and speaking for the city, and we've been talking for several years of just in the way of these, and these are really huge projects. And you say, well, can we throw more money at it? But there's not enough contractors. And you start putting too much work out there, it's going to drive the cost up. And the ability for the city to manage all that, they've explained to us, is it's, they're doing as much as they can right now that they can manage.
Yeah, the area north 1 west, what you're looking at on that map, it may be hard to tell from here, but that's almost 3 square miles. It's almost a $300 million project. North 1 East, 2027, another, I mean, you're talking $500 million worth of infrastructure, underground infrastructure in about 4.5 square miles.
And that's the solution, is more city water.
That's what we're trying to bridge the gap between now until they can get those systems in.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to approve this resolution.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
A motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call the question. Mr. Bergeron? Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Steinle?
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes. Cornwall?
Yes.
Mr. Butler?
Yes.
Vice Chair Wagner?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Thank you. That passes unanimously. Thanks, Mr. Ross. Next, we have technical reports with the new team.
All right, morning. Cassandra and and I'll welcome Cassandra to the technical reports. We're going to walk through the usual show that we do every month here at the board meeting. So starting where we always do with rainfall, you can see there in the right-hand side, the month of April hasn't been that much rain, only really 1-2 fronts that have come through so far, haven't brought a whole lot of rain, and obviously the last several months have been below average, and you can see that here on the right-hand side for the dry season going all the way back to the start of the dry season in October. We've only gotten about half the amount of rainfall we get during the dry season so far, since back there in October. And the month of April obviously is just a couple days in, but we're still trending with that about half that we would typically get in the month of April by this date so far in April. But looking at the upper chain of lakes, starting in the upper right-hand side there, East Lake Tahoe, we've been following that recession down, trying to get down to that summer pool, getting it ready for the start of what hopefully will be a wet season here in May. Then over in West Lake Tahoe, similar story, drawing it down, getting it ready for that summer pool to accept those summer rains when they start happening. Lake Kissimmee, we talked about a fair amount last month. It's been declining through its schedule. Got a decent amount of rain up there. That's why it sort of leveled off a little bit. You can see for a couple days in beginning of April and March there. But for the most part, it's well below its schedule, and flows down the river have been reduced accordingly. Just waiting for those wet season rains to then refill Lake Kissimmee. And with that, Cassandra, talk to us about Kissimmee.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. And I just wanted to say it's an honor to be presenting to you this morning. And I know Mr. Glenn set a really high bar for these presentations, and it's my goal to achieve that same level of quality that you have come to expect. So with the Kissimmee River floodplain, it's dry and getting drier, as you can see. So these are our WDEP maps that estimate water depth throughout the floodplain for the restoration phase 1 and phase 2, 3. And mostly the browns and the reds indicate that the water is below ground. There are a few spots of yellow and green, mostly in the southeast, that indicate that water is still above surface. But for the most part, the floodplain is dry. And this is normal for this time of year. The discharge rate or the floodplain rates are dictated by the structure 65A. And it requires a flow through there of 1,400 CFS in order for us to make bankful discharges across into the floodplain. And right now, we are at 300 CFS. So we are well within the channel, and there's no overbank flow, which, again, is normal for this time of year. And then lastly, the dissolved oxygen concentrations within the river at this point in time are well into the good range. It says 7.5 milligrams per liter, which is well above the 2 milligrams per liter level that is concerning. So the fish that are in that river have plenty of oxygen for them to live.
So looking at how water has moved around so far in the northern portion of the system, you can see their inflows to Lake Okeechobee have been just over 1.5 million acre feet, with the outflows being 2.1 million acre feet. So that difference is obviously why the lake has been declining over the last several months, because you've got more water leaving the lake than you have water coming into the lake. Simple math. Looking at the estuaries over on the west coast, you can see about 1.8 million acre feet have been delivered to the Caloosahatchee estuary, with just a little bit less than 600,000 of that having originated back in Lake Okeechobee. For the C44 basin in the St. Lucie estuary, you can see just over 350,000 acre feet have been moved through the C44 canal and the S80 structure, with about 164,000 acre feet of that originating back in Lake Okeechobee. In addition to those flows coming out of the C44 basin and the lake, add in roughly another 250,000 from the C23-24 basins to the St. Lucie estuary, and then up farther north around the Fort Pierce area, the C25, just over 120,000 acre feet to the Indian River Lagoon. So for Lake Okeechobee, this is the projection you've seen before for the district's conditional positional analysis. Again, this analysis takes into consideration what the climate forecast is going forward. That's represented up here at the top of the graphic. Typically, we kind of tend to follow this 50% line through here, and you can see it comes down by June 1st and just barely touches that 11 foot. That considers all kinds of different, the anticipated rainfall conditions as we move forward based on the Climate Prediction Center. For those of you that attend the Corps' biweekly meetings, you've probably seen this graphic a couple different times. This is the Corps' projection that they have produced, looking at 3 different scenarios for the future of Lake Okeechobee under recovery operations. Each of these 3 different scenarios assumes different conditions for flows east, south, and to the west. Obviously, all those flows to the east have been zeroed out now with the decision last week, but it looks at different scenarios for flowing to the west at the 1,400, 750, and then assuming that the wet season starts on May 15th, that predominantly basin runoff from the wet season would dominate those flows to the Caloosahatchee through S79. So that's why the zeros are Lake Okeechobee, but not necessarily S79 zeros. But looking at the different scenarios, you can see, depending on which one you want to pick off, the lake could potentially wind up somewhere around 11.2 to 11.5, which I think it was said a little bit earlier, Mr. Butler may have referenced it. This is the possible days below 12 feet, so there still looks a very high degree of likelihood that recovery operations will be successful and be below that 12-foot mark for at least a minimum of 90 days. With that.
All right, the lake hydrology is reflecting the dry conditions that we're experiencing now. Inflow is minimal, mostly through the Kissimmee River at 250 CFS, and the outflows are continuing south through the 350s as well as west through S77. But I'd like to point out that Mother Nature is doing the heavy lift right now with over 3,000 CFS going into the atmosphere. The outflows are greater than the inflows, reflecting the recovery operations for lowering lake stages. And going forward, evapotranspiration is most likely going to be the largest flow out of the lake. The graph on the right represents the total flows going in and out of the lake in a stacked area for comparison. And as you can see, the total flows have declined over the past 8 weeks, as well as reduced flows outflows to the east and west, and those are in blue. This is the ecological envelope, and as you can see, we were actually below the envelope for this time of year, and that has resulted in the marsh on the west side of the lake drying out, which is not a bad thing. That's actually beneficial to the wading birds as well as SAV, which is the whole point of the recovery strategy. So we are well within the recovery envelope when we're getting towards the bottom of it. And let's see, yeah, there we go. So we, as was mentioned, we are looking for 90 days below 12 feet and 60 days below 11.5 feet. And those are our target ranges. And if we look at the length of those targets, you can see that the time spent, assuming that we stay within the recovery envelope, is going to be 135 days at 12 feet and 105 days at 11.5 feet. So we will meet our target for the 90 days in order to get that SAV growth. So definitely beneficial for SAV and wading birds. And to that, I wanted to show you a couple of pictures. So this is the Indian Prairie area of Lake Okeechobee. As you can see, the water is fairly shallow, and those little brown speckles there are SAV, Vallisneria to be exact. You can see some tilapia beds in the background here. Those are old tilapia beds. But all of this here is new SAV growth. And the water is clear, as you can see. So it looks really nice. Here's some more examples from that same area where you can see we've got some healthy SAV coming in. So our recovery strategy of gaining SAV seems to be working well. Now, for the wading birds, these lower levels are also beneficial for them. It increases the prey density by concentrating it into smaller areas. And what we have found is that there were 7 flocks on the lake as of April 3rd, with over 5,000 birds within them, which is over twice our 5-year average annual for that. And they are responding very positively to these lower lake levels. You can see the Moorhaven Marsh, which is right here. We've got some flocks there as well as here in Moonshine Bay. And that's indicating a great usage of those areas. So the graph on the right is our 5-year average annual of the number of wading birds found on the lake over the years, and the blue band is the 50% mark, basically 25 to 75% in a quartile range. And as you can see, the red dots, which are our current surveys, are above our 5-year average over the past couple of months. So we're definitely improving wading bird foraging as well as SAV as part of our recovery strategy. So over the past couple of weeks, we have experienced somewhat high and consistent wind, and that has kept the lake turbid, which has helped keep algal blooms down. And even though the temperature is over the 25 degrees C threshold mark, that is usually an indicator that we're about to get a lot of algal blooms. But that high turbidity in the middle of the lake has kind of kept that abated. And with our current weather conditions of cooler and windy weather that we're expecting next week or so, that should keep the algal blooms at bay for a while. And this is our latest satellite imagery. You can see a few pixels over in the northwest area, indicative of the direction of the wind that was coming out of the southeast. But for the most part, there's not a lot there, so really good news. And our last sampling for the algal species was back in early May, so these data are a little dated. But what we see is that none of them are showing any toxicity, and that they were a mixed community. They're not dominated by any particular algal species. And we did have some higher levels between 20 and 40 micrograms per liter, which is a little high, but not bloom conditions. And they were primarily on the West Coast, which matches up to that satellite imagery for that year. For that month, thank you. All right, moving on to the East Coast in the St. Lucie estuary. Total flows into the estuary about 365 CFS, with most of that coming from the tidal basin. Releases to the St. Lucie from the lake has ended on March 29th. Because of that, we've gotten some increase in the salinities from the past year. The color in the teal, which is the higher salinities, you can see is starting to move into the mid-estuary. And then the two forks are becoming a little bit more saline as well. The salinity conditions are in the good range for adult oysters, and in fact, over the past week, moved closer towards the 15, which is important for larval and spat settlement. That's their ideal salinity. So we have excellent conditions being set up for a new crop of oysters in the St. Lucie. And looking at oyster density, we quarterly sample the area to count the number of adult oysters in the estuary, and the last sampling was at 413, which is slightly above the December sampling of 361, which is an indicator that our recovery operations on Lake Okeechobee have not harmed the adult oysters in the estuary, so that's good news. Going over to the Caloosahatchee side, we've got total flow a little over 1,500 CFS, with most of that coming from the lake. And again, the Lake O recovery operations slowed down. We started to ramp down on March 29th, and the salinities have gotten to the point where we call them ideal. So the low salinity zone is a little further up into the estuary where we like to see it, which is in the green. And then the light blue is right in the mid estuary. So the salinity gradient is set up to exactly where we like it. And as you can see on the graph on the bottom right, the salinities at Cape Coral, again, are at 15. Great news for the larvae and spat oysters. But the salinity is now in the stressed range for the Sanibel oysters. So we'll need to keep an eye on that. But again, for the oyster density, these are adult oysters and sampled at Iona Cove and at Bird Island, and both of those for the past month, the indicator is that the densities are right in line with where they should be, and in fact at Iona Cove they've increased. So again, this indicates that the Lako recovery operations have not done damage to the adult oysters in this estuary.
So with that, looking at how water has moved around the southern portion of the system, you can see inflows to the conservation areas have been about 1.7 million acre feet, with outflows down into the park, as well as some of that return seepage that gets sent back to the park, and as well as establishing the hydrologic barrier over here on the eastern side of the park. All of that comes to about 1.5 million acre feet. Coming off the lower East Coast into the intercoastal waterway into tide, you've got about 2.5 million acre feet. And of that 2.5 million acre feet, about 1.5 million has been in the southern portion down here towards Biscayne Bay. Looking at the inflows to the stormwater treatment areas, you can see there's been about 1.1 million acre feet so far this water year. Flowed into and treated and processed by the stormwater treatment areas. And we're continuing to move water south from Lake Okeechobee through the stormwater treatment areas. And as I talked about last month, this is the second highest total during the dry season that we've moved through the stormwater treatment areas from Lake Okeechobee.
Okay, as Mr. Mitnick just said, we've gotten some flow into the stormwater treatment areas with about 300,000 coming from the lake. And there's a lot of vegetation management activities that are occurring in the STAs. This is the time of year that we do a lot of operations during the dry season in order to refurbish our vegetation. And most of our treatment cells are at or above target for this time of year. I'd like to point out that STA 3.4 has actually come down a half a foot in the EAV cells. We've stopped sending water to that one in order to give it a rest. And it's doing pretty well. So I also want to focus on the top right graph here and point out what our phosphorus concentrations are looking like year to date for inflow and outflow. And the top line is inflow concentrations and the bottom is the outflow concentrations. And two of our stormwater treatment areas are doing quite well. STA 1 West has an average annual concentration of 20, and the 3.4 is at 17. One thing I'd like to point out is STA 5.6 is at 53, and that is concerning, but also the inflow concentrations were over 200 to this one. The actual performance of this STA is a 78% removal rate, which is spot on with all the rest of the STAs and is indicating a very high performance. It's just the inflow concentrations are such that it can't get down to that lower outflow concentration level at this point in time. So it'll be key to get that inflow concentration down in order to see proper performance for this STA. So to dig into those numbers a little bit more, I wanted to show you how the concentration average has changed over the water year. And as was mentioned last month, there was a large event in June that sent a lot of high concentration water into our STAs, and that has impacted how the average water quality over the year has changed. So for STA 1 East and 1 West, they did not see the same level of inflow in June, or concentration in June, that the others did. And you can see that their water quality has been pretty stable over the course of the year and is actually doing pretty well. STA 2 got a very high slug of high concentration water in June, and it has impacted the performance of that with the outflow being at 40 for the year. But I want to draw your attention to the red dotted line. That is our 28-day rolling average. And you can see that that is actually at 12, which is a really good performance, but the water year average is still at 40. So we've we're dealing with the longer-term impacts of that initial slug from back in June. And similar situations.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Yes, sir.
Is there more lake water going into the STA2 than?
Actually, no. 3-4 took the majority of the lake water, and you'll see that in my slides coming up. STA2 is taking some lake water now, and it takes the second most amount, but 3-4 is the one that takes the dominant amount of lake water.
Okay.
So for STA 3-4, the concentrations going in, coming out of that one are quite good. You can see that the annual average at 17, and then the 24 or the 28-day average is at 12. So we're doing quite well with 3-4 and the outflow concentrations there. Whereas with 5-6, those concentrations were high and have stayed high. One thing I'd like to point out is that the outflow coming from there is really low. It's near zero. It's 11 CFS. So the flow is factoring into the flat line that you see that is the blue line here. It hasn't really changed since December, and that's primarily because we have not really been flowing through there. But the 28-day average is at 35. And here's the flowway by flowway assessment, and here are those lake flow numbers into the STAs. So STA 2 has gotten 53,000 acre feet, and 3-4 has gotten close to 150,000 acre feet in flow. You can see that there's a lot of vegetation maintenance that's going on here with the high stressed vegetation. And for STA 2, Flowway 3, it is offline for an SAV recovery drawdown project. And then for STA 1 East and 1 West, they've taken some lake water, but not as much. 1 East was at 24,000 CFS, acre feet, and 1 West was at 37,000 acre feet. And you can see in STA 1 East that the central flowway is offline because they're doing leveling in there for topographic, get that level in there. And then the western flowway has some post-construction vegetation growing that it's working on there. And for STA 5-6, there's a little bit of lake water that was delivered here, close to 6,000 acre feet. There's a 100-foot capacity going into Flowway 1, but for the most part, you can see it's pretty dry. We've got some projects coming online that are designed to help us get this area hydrated more frequently and more consistently, and that will help with the highly stressed vegetation conditions that we are currently experiencing.
All right, so stepping down a little bit farther in the system, looking at the conservation areas, you can see up there in the top right-hand side, Conservation Area 1 is just slowly receding down through its regulation schedule. It's just below schedule. Got a little bit of rain over it just recently, but for the most part, it's right at its regulation schedule. Not a whole lot of water leaving Water Conservation Area 1. We're only doing about 53 cubic feet per second out of this structure right here, delivering it down the Hillsborough for water supply purposes. For Area 2, you can see Area 2 is actually below its regulation schedule and just above its floor elevation. You might recall that last month we had a decent conversation about the levels in Area 2 being above schedule, but over the last couple of weeks you can see it has rapidly dropped down through the schedule, and water levels have declined such that now it's below schedule and approaching its floor elevation. So that floor elevation is sort of this tan line that runs across the bottom of the schedule. What that means is that every drop of water that leaves Area 2 has got to be preceded by a drop of water entering Area 2. So for every gallon you take out, you have to put a gallon in. So right now, we're making some minimal water supply deliveries to service Area 2, which is essentially Broward County. right in here through a structure right there. Also, ironically, it's 53 CFS last time I looked at it, just by coincidence. But should Area 2 drop below that floor elevation, then those water supply deliveries will be terminated. We've already started an accounting practice of trying to measure the water coming in to the conservation area, such that when it comes time, we can then proceed with those deliveries and resume once again supplying water to Broward County in that canal system to maintain those canal levels. Very similar story over in Conservation Area 3. It has dropped down through its schedule. It is also approaching its floor elevation. Right now, the Tamiami Trail flow formula calls for about 523 cubic feet per second coming out of Conservation Area 3A. That's being delivered through S12CD as well as the 333 structure into the L29 canal. Now, unlike Area 2, when Area 3 crosses its line, we still continue to deliver the flow formula, so that will not stop. That will always continue to go, but it does mean if there are any water supply deliveries that we may take out through the Miami Canal over here, then that would have to also be preceded by a gallon of water coming in. Again, we've already started that accounting and building up that bank, so to speak, such that if we need to continue water supply deliveries down the Miami Canal, we're able to do so. Going a little bit farther down, South Dade Conveyance System. The system is stable, however, we are making water supply deliveries down this to maintain those canal levels. 338 structure that heads off to the east coast has been closed, but we're trying to move some water from L30 down L31 and into the C111. So those operations will continue basically until it starts raining. And with that, what does Biscayne Bay look like?
Biscayne Bay is doing pretty well with its salinity. We are below the hypersaline threshold that we monitor. You will notice that BBC W8, the blue line, stopped. It's offline. It stopped reporting a while ago, and so we're working to get that back online. But salinities, for the most part, indicate that we are staying within the around the 30, which is where we want to keep that area. Now moving on to the Everglades and water depth, you can see that the areas have started drying out pretty well throughout the area. And the recession rates have been concerning for the wading bird foraging and nesting, especially in northern 3A. You can see that there is a blue star here that points to that here. That is the Alley North Colony, and you'll see this blue star in the next several slides so that you can identify the area that we're talking about as indicating the Alley North Colony. And in southern 3A, it has not ponded, and the water levels are well below average for this time of year, but there is still water above ground. Most of Big Cypress is below 2 feet below surface, and it's getting drier. And while the hydraulic conductivity for Shark River Slough increased a bit, it is diminishing for Taylor Slough, and Lossman Slough is dry. All right, here are the gauge data for the gauges that we monitor for this report. And on the left is the recession rates, and on the right are the depths. You can see that northern 3A has a rapid recession rate that exceeds 0.19 feet per week, and the southern 3A is in the fair range, but the rate of acceleration is increasing, it's accelerating. Depths are below ground in northern 3A and very shallow in central 3A and near the Alley North Colony. And what does that mean for the white ibis in the northern 3A area? So while the water levels in that exact area are okay, and they actually met the criteria of 9.4 feet by March 15th to trigger for nesting, the area surround it is dry. And this picture was from back in February. And so what that means is that even though the birds are nesting in this area, which they currently are at about 3,000 nests, which is below our average of 10,000, those nests are likely to fail because the surrounding area does not have the prey availability that would otherwise be there for supporting those nests. Going a little bit further south into the central 3A area where the wood storks like to be, they need about 1.5 feet at the beginning of March and then to recede at about a half a foot by early June. The ideal depths for them is this blue box with the recession rate going through the middle of it. And as you can see, we've actually cut the corner over here and are below that ideal box. And so what that means is that these birds are likely to have started nesting. There's about 800 pairs out there, but there's not going to potentially be the long-term availability of prey that they need to maintain these nests for the duration of their nesting. These birds primarily are fish feeders, so they really need surface water to be there for their prey. However, it is still possible that we will have a good nesting season if we can slow the recession rates and make sure that there's sufficient water in 3A until the end of the season. And moving on to Florida Bay, it is getting drier down there and salinities have started to increase. The below ground stage at Taylor Slough Bridge indicates that there's a lack of water in the head of Taylor Slough. However, Taylor Slough water levels are above the recent average for this time of year. Salinities are above the historic comparison for around circa 1900s, but they are in the lower range of more recent averages for the eastern and central regions, and in the middle of the range for the western region. And although the salinities in the western region are getting pretty close to the hypersalinity zone, this is not unusual for this area for this time of year. And so for the most part, Florida Bay is in good shape.
So I won't spend too much time on this slide. Just had a lengthy conversation about groundwater conditions in our area of concern over there on the west coast, but over on the east coast, you can see all the green dots. So there's not a whole lot of concerns from a groundwater perspective over on the east coast. As far as what the future may hold, Climate Prediction Center still continuing with that below normal forecast through April, and then switching to the equal chances as with the onset of the wet season. But they do have a projection for the middle of the wet season, at least, for a little bit above normal rainfall over the peninsula. But then that shifts back to the equal chances as you start to approach the dry season later on this year. With the drier weather and the lack of rainfall that we've had, the 50% that I talked about earlier in the presentation, you can see the U.S. Drought Monitor for Florida, and some of the changes have been right in there with the increasing levels of drought in this central portion of the Water Management District. But that's to be expected as with the lack of rainfall that we've seen so far over the last couple of weeks. As far as what the next 2 weeks hold, we're still forecasting much below normal rainfall this week, as well as just slightly below normal rainfall the following week, looking out there at week 2. Finally, Mr. Chair, we do some of the coolest work on the planet here. So if everybody wants to take the opportunity to scan the QR code, that'll take you to our website, and you can see what opportunities may lie in your future to come join the team and help us restore the Everglades, as well as the rest of South Florida. And then with that, Mr. Chair, I'll turn it back to you with the words of Mr. Butler and Mr. Martinez. Go Gators.
What is that? She's left. Does anyone have any comments or questions?
I have a question. First of all,
Make this go
Cassandra,
away.
excellent job on your first presentation in that seat here before the governing board. It was really, really easy to understand. Thank you so much. I have a question, and maybe this is for John as our water manager. A question that I've had for some time is regarding our STAs. Do they have a capacity, a maximum capacity?
They have both a hydraulic maximum capacity, in other words, the physical amount of water that you can move through them, but yes, they also have a biological capacity. And that's a lot of things that are buried in Cassandra's slides. Let me see if I can back up to them. When we talk about, you'll see there's a number on the slides called the PLR, the phosphorus loading rate.
Okay, just tell me which, yeah, that's the one I'm on.
And that's sort of one of the measures that we use to assess the health of the vegetation. So there's only so much loading, so much phosphorus that a plant can take up over a given period of time. And there's a number of different factors that go into that, the depth, how long it's that deep, the flow rate through the treatment cells. But yes, they have a limit.
So that's what I'm interested in, is that baseline, so that I have something to reference what you're telling me in terms of the monthly fluctuations. And like 5.6, why does 5.6 always seem to not have enough water? What's the challenge there? The EAA reservoir is going to solve some of that, I take it?
Yeah, no.
No.
So STA 5.6, it serves the C-139 basin, so it's those western
we had that
basins. It's not connected to Lake Okeechobee, it's not connected to the rest of that regional system, it's just the C-139 basin. So when you look at this graph here on the right-hand side, you heard Cassandra talk about how the flow just drops off right there. That tan shaded goes down, it's only been about 11 cubic feet per second for the last several months, because that basin is very flashy. So when it gets into the dry season, there's not a lot of flow. And when you talk about the 53, which is the blue line on that graphic, that's an annual average, and it's a flow-weighted mean. So flow matters in that mathematical calculation, and the best evidence of that is for STA2. STA2, you see the big spike there, with a massive rainfall event, and then the flow comes down. So then that's when the average concentration starts coming down. But you're fighting that uphill battle from that rain event early on. But jumping back to STA 5.6, one of the things that's the biggest thing is going to help, and you asked about the EAA reservoir, is the C-139 flow equalization basin. You may have remember we just cut that ribbon not too long ago.
Right. Is it
So
working?
that'll be a new tool in the toolbox going into this wet season, that we can fill that up such that when we get to the next dry season, we'll have a bank of water to be able to keep it hydrated and not suffer a lot of the dry out that STA 5.6 goes through, and then it burps phosphorus as soon as it starts raining again. We'll be able to keep it wet longer into the dry season.
And so we're about a year away from that completely filling up,
Oh, no, it'll get filled up this wet season as soon as
this
it
wet
starts raining.
season.
Yeah.
So the results will be realized how soon, John?
Going into the next water year, which will start May 1st.
Okay, all right, so that's helpful, because it's like, could we accept more water? Could we not accept more water? I always have these questions when I get these little snapshots. And could we clean more water, or are the plants already stressed? You know, what's our potential? And so any light you can shed on that in these reports would be helpful.
Certainly. So just generally speaking, the way LOSUM was formulated in the dry season, they had a number of 1,100 cubic feet per second to be able to move south out of Lake Okeechobee. And that's the combined flows from primarily the central flowway, which would be STA 3.4 and STA 2. You can see here on the table in the upper left that STA 3.4 processed 146,000 acre feet so far, just by itself. So that's the numeric number that was established in the LOSUM. And then, as Cassandra said, for STA 3.4 right now, we've curtailed a lot of those flows because it has processed that much water so far this dry season, that we're giving it a little bit of a respite going into what is hopefully going to be the wet season here in 2 to 3 weeks.
And did you just tell me 1,100?
Correct.
Okay, and we're at 146,000?
1,100 cubic feet per second, 146,000 acre feet.
So transfer those two and give me the same measurement.
Cubic foot per second is a flow rate over time. Acre feet is a volume total. So over the last several months for STA 3.4, it by itself has been doing close to 600 cubic feet per second, which gets you to that 146,000 acre feet.
So about half of what it's rated for or was planned for.
No. So throwing a lot of numbers
I'm
at you
challenging
here.
you. Yeah, it's like put them all in the same measurement. It
So
might be
if-
helpful.
and there's a long history behind this, and a lot of data crunching and scientific analysis done. So when STA 3.4 was originally constructed back in the mid-2000s, there was a number that was contemplated for 250,000 acre feet. You fast forward through the evolution of all the different planning events, restoration strategies, the hurricanes that occurred in 06 and 07, and that's when you walked into LORS 08. And a lot of people remember a 60,000 acre foot number from LORS 08, right? Then fast forward again to LOSUM, which what we have now today, Lake Okeechobee System Operating Manual. And in there, it calls for about 204,000 acre feet to be able to move south out of Lake Okeechobee. So of the 204,000 acre feet in that general planning effort, and again, those planning efforts are an annual average over a 53-year period of record. So far, STA 3.4 has processed the majority of that at 146,000 acre feet. And if we jump to, whoops, wrong way. Jump to this slide, you can see right there, so far we've exceeded that number at 240,000 acre feet this water year with a total of 310,000 acre feet from all sources, but 240,000 acre feet just from Lake Okeechobee this year, whereas LOSUM envisioned 204.
Okay. Go ahead.
If I could jump right in, John, what's the difference between normal LOSUM and recovery LOSUM when it comes to that? Was it 200 acre feet?
So as it pertains to the estuaries.
Or to the
obviously-
STA here, we're talking STA,
So
sorry.
for the STAs, it's a nomenclature or a wording change. When you flip into recovery operation, the language changes to maximum practicable. And in that evaluation is everything that Cassandra and Lawrence have gone through over the last several months and that we talk about every 2 weeks on the calls that the Corps has. And again, it's going back to the same things that I've talked about, the phosphorus loading rate, the depth, how long they've been at that depth. But generally speaking, maximum practical is somewhere right around that 1,100 total cubic feet per second moving south.
We're picking up a couple hundred, 300 maybe, with recovery over what you would normally do. We're pushing the limits on the STAs now. Normally, we wouldn't want to push these limits every year, correct?
Correct, not every year. And you heard me talk about last month that one of the reasons why we've been able to move that 240,000 acre feet, because it's a similar situation as we had back here in 2015 when we moved 380,000 acre feet, that there was no rainfall south of the lake. When you look back at going all the way back. When we look back at the overall dry season to date, you can see right there, the EAA, that's, trying to read the number, only 45% of what it would typically get during a dry season. So that lack of direct rainfall within the basin has afforded us the opportunity to move those high volumes from the lake down south to the Everglades.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I got one more. Just update the board, kind of it's one of the things that I've asked John and Drew to continue to look at as we come out of this recovery. And I think mentioned it earlier about trying to limit our ascension for the SAV to increase hopefully the results of the recovery mode. I've asked them to really push one of the things with LOSUM. One of the issues with the SAV is turbidity. And eventually here, we're going to see our first bit of rains and our first flush. And you're going to get that spring, everything that's built up, flush down. That'll increase our turbidity. I've really pushed on them to work with our stakeholders, work with our partners to see what we can do to use all our tools in the toolbox. We've got these dispersed water projects that, because the lake level's so low and water supply issues, we may not be able to, there's restrictions on when they can run and that kind of thing, but trying to do as much as we can to capture that early spring, being mindful and respectful of the water supply issues. Hopefully we can continue to work together, try to maximize the effectiveness of these projects that we have on hand. Before we get SERP and northern storage and southern storage built in, that'll kind of alleviate most of this problem. And I realize we're probably only, with what we've got with dispersed water, El Maximo and the Brighton and the Nicodemus, we're probably talking less than an inch of Lake Okeechobee water. But, just trying to maximize our use. And, that's being respectful of water rights. And hopefully we can work with our partners and especially even during a recovery operation, maybe help us to maximize. So.
Yeah, absolutely, Mr. Butler. We heard you, and staff I've already had a conversation with some of those stakeholders, talking about how to utilize the dispersed water projects and not have a rapid rise back in the lake once it does start raining. Just from a hydrologic perspective, it's been really dry. It's going to take a while for the soil matrix to fill up and get saturated before you start generating significant volumes of runoff. But when that runoff does start coming, to be able to work with our partners in the dispersed water program to attenuate some of that water, while still ensuring that there's still regional water supplies available to meet the needs.
And I think it's an opportunity here for that very thing, because we're on a continuum now where we've got the lake down to a level where we could maybe make some progress, particularly on the SAB.
Mr. Bergeron?
Well, I think we're heading in the right direction. And the one thing that I hope we get to in the next year to no longer than 2 years is that the 2.5 million acre feet that we've been working towards for the benefit of the environment flowing from the lake to Florida Bay is not restricted at the trail and flowing by gravity. That water never should be stored in a reservoir. Now, some of it may come out of a reservoir, depending on a light rain year, a average, or a heavy rain year. But the day we accomplish that, and we're not far from it, to equalize and stop these cumulative backups in the Central Everglades and the Big Cypress north of the trail, and is the day the environment will start getting its maximum benefit. And it's quite a job to balance water supply, which we have to. That's important, just as important. And that's the reason why these reservoirs are so important to store the water that is greater than the natural flow through this environment all the way to Florida Bay. When you look at what we're trying to move south, your inflows will be about 8,000 to 10,000 cubic feet is what I've seen, but the outflows beyond the trail has been maybe 3,000. So the inflows are 3 times greater than the outflows. I'm just trying to use an example of how important of what I talked about earlier, to where that cumulative backup doesn't continue to affect the environment and all the wildlife. And I see we're very close to achieving that. And not only will that benefit the bird species, which I think we have 360 of them that we show here every meeting, but it will benefit the fur-bearing animals and the whole balance of the food chain. And it's quite a balance. I have to compliment our agency to balance water supply and compatible water levels with the environment under Everglades restoration. Quite an achievement. But you've heard me say this before, if we can fly a rocket ship to the moon, I think we can save our planet. And I'm excited about us making this connection in the next year or two that's going to help us minimize these high water events north of the trail, lack of water to Florida Bay. And we're on a good path. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other comments or questions? Thanks very much, Mr. Mitnick and Cassandra. Thank you very much. Great job. We'll go now to our staff report with Ms. Heater.
Good afternoon. So I have a couple of items to discuss with you or give you a report on. The monthly financial report and then the disposition of fixed assets. So the first item, the monthly financial report, the report is through February 28th, 2025. It's about 40% of the fiscal year that's been completed. We've collected $718 million in new revenue through the month of February and expended $411. Comparing this year to last year, February of 2024 compared to February 2025, we've collected $210 million more this year than we did last year. That's through your intergovernmental. And we've spent $65 million more. The $718 million of revenue collections, it's your two largest revenue sources, intergovernmental, state revenues, and ad valorem. We've collected $359 million of state appropriated funds, mostly for Everglades restoration. We are averaging monthly about $40 to $60 million per month that we're spending and receiving revenues back. We collected $333 million from ad valorem thus far, and about $26 million through investment earnings, license permit fees, leases, sale of district property, and self-insurance. We've expended and obligated 57.2% of our budget. So that's contractual, obligations and expenditures. So moving on to the disposition of fixed assets. Chapter 274 Florida statute authorizes the South Florida Water Management District to dispose of obsolete tangible personal property as surplus. The governing board delegated its authority under the chapter to the executive director. The executive director further designated this authority to the director of administrative services. Section 274.07 Florida statute requires that the district record in its minutes the tangible personal property disposed of under Chapter 274. A list of tangible personal property declared as surplus is described as a separate document in the meeting packet under this agenda, item 23, and a hard copy of the document is available upon request. For fiscal year 24, staff removed 667 fixed assets that comprised of heavy equipment, vehicles, obsolete computers, water monitoring equipment, and other equipment with a net book value of $735,155 from the district's fixed asset records. By staff taking the opportunity to surplus some of the fixed assets that were in good enough condition to sell, they generated $439,303 in sales proceeds for these assets, resulting in a net loss of $295,852. The net loss represents 0.46% of the total net book value of $63,653,786 of district tangible personal property as of September 30th, 2024. So,
Thanks. Does anyone have any questions or comments for Ms. Heater? Nope. Thank you.
thank you.
We'll go now to general public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll hear first from Alex Larson, followed by Chris Whitman.
It was an interesting conversation about the West Coast because there's a lot of things that we could do that we don't do. And it's not just the Water Management District who is guilty, it is our counties and our elected officials, because any building should be directly tied to water and never has been. Is it available? It's not a question that's asked at any county commission meeting if there's going to be any water available for these giant developments. Because like with grass, just build, throw Bahia out there. You don't have to water it. My neighbors used to always ask me, why is your grass so green? It's Bahia, the stuff they throw on the side of the road. We never watered it, never in 30 years, never, never, never. It grows, it's wonderful, it stays pretty green. You might have a bald spot once in a while, but these gated communities, they always have these massive yards that are full of green grass regardless. So I guess you better start sending those code people right inside those gated communities immediately, because that water is a real problem. Rosa would tell you that. I miss Rosa so bad. I really do, because Rosa did have the water down. She knew what she was doing, because development needs to be tied directly to development. It just absolutely is going to have to be. I've heard people get down to the really nuts and bolts of this and say, somebody dies, somebody gets to come in. That's how, because we are, the people that are on wells. I had water utilities guys tell me years ago, I can show you how to save 1,500 gallons a month. That's all me and my husband used. I said, I guess I'll go to zero water use, because our measurer literally would go off at 1,000 gallons. It really did. So we were using about 1,500. We didn't use a lot. We weren't pigs about it, and we don't have to water our lawns. That would be, if you have to choose between your grandchildren having water, I guess they should win, hands down, whether you got a pretty lawn or not. Because we are, FPL, we paid $73 million for a reclaimed water pipe to run to that son of a brick plant out there west of me on Southern Boulevard. They can't use it. It destroys their equipment. So they still have 5 consumptive use permits at that plant. That's what they have. And they use 21 million gallons a day. That's the water for a city. And there was one other mistake, or there's 2 that's going to happen, but one was a 50-year consumptive use permit for the city of West Palm Beach, and they want to do one in Polk County, I think. Don't hold me to that, but I'm pretty sure my memory, it was Polk County that is now going after a 50-year consumptive use permit. That's insane, everybody. It's sitting in this room. It's just nuts. We'll all be dead when that permit comes to end.
Please wrap up your comments.
But hopefully you'll start looking at this, because reclaimed water does have some detrimental things to it. And all of these permits, they need to be looked at a little bit more closely. Maybe we'll get a magnifying glass. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Larson. We'll hear next from Chris Whitman.
Good afternoon. I'm still here. I just handed your staff a letter from the Everglades Foundation to be entered into the record. I believe some of you may have seen it, but it outlines some of the concerns from their Chief Science Officer, Steve Davis. A lot of the same concerns were echoed by Mr. Bergeron about the impacts that mining activity could have both on water quality as well as on the $4 billion EAA reservoir. I think it's important, this letter was sent to the zoning commission in Palm Beach, and those concerns are the same concerns that we've heard echoed. But what I'd like to address this afternoon very briefly is just that I want to thank, first of all, Alligator Ron and Chairman Goss and Charlie for your clear statements on where we're at in this process, and that this process is, well, I believe, a 7-step process. And where are we in those 7 steps? And I think that needs to be conveyed to the county commission, to the Palm Beach County Commission. In Executive Director Bartlett's comments earlier, multiple times he referenced this project as most likely, very likely to be beneficial for water quality, and that we need treatment in the area. I would agree, we do need treatment in the area. However, the project that is proposed, in the way that it is proposed currently, there is zero treatment. That's something that would be known through the vetting process to determine if this project carries any viability and any value as a water resource project. And that's why this process happening at the district is so critical before it is moved forward at the Palm Beach County level. I believe that, up until now, there's been significant attempt to communicate from a staff level to a staff level, from the district to the county. And I think what Mr. Bergeron was starting to get at in the previous board comment was that perhaps this justifies some communication from board to board on exactly where we are in this process. And I think the significance of the decisions and the actions that will happen based on those decisions certainly would justify that. I would like to ask, that the board send a letter or in person communicate with the district or with the commission's board directly on exactly where we are in this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Whipman. Mr. Chairman, that concludes our public comment.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. I appreciate it. Before we go to board comment, I want to remind everyone that immediately following this meeting, we're going to hold the South Florida Water Management District Leasing Corporation annual meeting. The Leasing Corporation was established to oversee the proper fiscal management of certificate of participation funds. These funds, the certificates of participation, were issued in 2006 to finance several of our big capital projects. Sole members of the Leasing Corporation are the governing board members, so board members, please, we need you here. And right after the Leasing Corp, we'll do lunch, and then we'll come back for the Audit and Finance Committee. That's going to meet, and while the record is open, I am going to appoint myself to the Audit and Finance Committee for today's meeting. And now we will go to board comment, and we'll start with Mr. Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One brief thing. I received a message during the meeting. Mr. Butler, Mr. Martinez received unanimous support in their first confirmation hearing. So.
Saved you a trip. Good meeting. I don't have anything further.
Mr. Steinle?
Thanks, no comment.
Mr. Bergeron?
I always have a comment. Very dangerous to hand a redneck cowboy alligator wrestler a microphone. I just want to thank the staff like I always do. Overwhelming challenge for Florida. And you've heard me say this before, the journey of water is the life of Florida from sawgrass to seagrass. And I think the public, and I want to thank all the stakeholders, their passion, they're trying to bring in solutions because it's all about we. You hear me say that time and time again, to communicate to the point that we come up with a better solution by communication and being very transparent to the public. I want to thank Captains for Clean Water, and the Everglades Foundation, and all of our environmental groups, conservation groups. the hikers, the bikers, the wildlife photographers, the hunters, the fishermen. You know, as we go into the future, the decisions that we make for Florida, and a lot of people think we're just saving the wildlife and God's landscaping, but truthfully, we're saving ourselves. We're saving future generations, because we are the fishing capital of the world and the boating capital of the world. We have over 100 million tourists come here because of our natural resources. And I can't tell you how honored I am to be a part of that with my fellow board members. And I do think that we need to examine this proposed mining operation with our staff and be able to comment from the level of our staff and our board in regards to what's being proposed. There seems to be there's an awful lot of concern with all the stakeholders. And I look forward, Drew, us continuing, and I always have to apologize because it seems like I'm focusing in one area, but that one area actually benefits the whole global system, all the way from Boggy Creek to Florida Bay. That one area benefits the whole global system. And like Colonel Reynolds said in some statements here down at the trail, we spent $1 billion. We got all these bridges and highways being lifted and everything. And we're right on that threshold of being able to get benefits of what we started building 25 years ago. The infrastructure's there. It's just removing these few barriers that are left to get this water moving south. And that's how you're going to benefit the lake, minimize the discharges out the rivers, is being able to let that water, without a cumulative backup, end up in Florida Bay. So honored to sit here with my fellow board members, and long live the Everglades.
Thanks, Mr. Bergeron. So next month, our monthly business meeting is going to be in Vice Chair Wagner, Mr. Martinez's area in Miami-Dade County at Commission Chambers. That's May 8th at 10 o'clock, not 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. So this meeting is going to be adjourned, and we're going to go ahead and when Derek gets up here. Flying along here. I'll call the meeting of the South Florida Water Management District Leasing Corporation to order. Molly, are there any changes to the agenda?
There are none, Mr. Chairman.
So if you've all looked at the minutes of the April 11th, 2024 meeting, I'd like a motion and a second to approve those.
Move to approve.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the question for the approval of the minutes. Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Mr. Steinle?
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes. Colonel Roman?
Yes.
Mr. Butler?
Yes.
Thank you. That passes unanimously. Mr. Brown?
Good afternoon. I have two items for your consideration today. First is pursuant to the corporate bylaws is a ratification of the officers that are determined based upon the positions held here at the district. They remain the same as last year, with the president being Mr. Goss, the vice president being Mr. Wagner, the secretary being Mr. Bartlett, and the treasurer being Mr. Mitnick.
Thanks. Do we have any public comment on that?
We have none, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Is there board discussion?
Move to ratify the officers as presented.
I'll
Thank you.
second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call that question. Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Mr. Steinle?
Yes.
I'll vote yes. Colonel Roman?
Yes.
Mr. Butler?
Yes.
Thank you. That passes unanimously.
The second item that I have for your consideration is the annual budget report for the corporation, which is essentially the debt service payments for the certificates of participation.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment?
We do not, Mr. Chairman.
Is there any board discussion? A motion?
Move to ratify the budget, sir.
Thank you.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the question. Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Mr. Steinle? I'm going to vote yes. Colonel Roman?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Butler? Thank you. That passes unanimously. Is there any other public comment?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I'm going to adjourn this meeting.
I'm going to call the April 10th Audit and Finance Committee meeting to order. Thanks, Chauncey, for standing in, hope maybe temporarily, maybe not. See if you get caught. First item is the approval of the minutes for the December 12th, 24 meeting. Molly, any changes to the minutes for that 12th meeting?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Okay,
I'll move approval of the minutes.
thank you.
I'll second it.
Motion and a second. I'll call the question. Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Mr. Goss?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. That passes unanimously. Next item is the summary of investments as of February 28th of this year. Ms. Weinberg, if you can come up and share with us.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Goss, for sitting on our committee. So I will be giving an update on investments through February 2025. But I did just want to caveat that some of this data may already be stale due to the economy and global markets and everything that's going on. Yeah. Current environment, we're currently at 4.25% to 4.5% in the Fed funds rate. But the Fed economists are saying that the Fed will probably cut rates to the tune of 100 basis points this year. They're planning on doing four quarter point cuts. But as I read today, that has been increased by some economists to 125. So we'll see. And the Fed they namely do that just to prevent a downturn in the markets. But that I will say there's been steady growth in the economy since the pandemic. Real GDP exceeding forecasts for the past 2 years. Labor market remains strong with healthy job growth and low level of layoffs. But the Fed is just trying to prepare in case things turn around. Our current inflation rate is 2.8%, and the target is 5%. I'm sorry, 2%, and the current unemployment rate is still at 4.2, which is good, and the target is 5%. Our investment strategy has not changed. We are still maintaining $5 million in our operating account. That earns 1%, so we keep very minimum funds in there so as not to leave money on the table. And all new ad valorem funds, state funds, and mortgage-backed securities paydowns that come in get invested into these money market funds. And we are receiving the mortgage paydowns to the tune of about $1.4 million a month. But since rates increased, it used to be $2 million to $4 million a month is what we were receiving in these paydowns on the mortgages. But since rates increased so quickly, that's why these paydowns have slowed down. But our current strategy, as I mentioned, is to keep the minimum balance of $5 million, put all our excess funds into money markets, and because we are now spending a lot more on capital projects, those are more expensive, so we need to remain liquid, and we need to be able to access our cash. On a good note, we are receiving $98.5 million between 2025 and 2027 from our U.S. agency securities. Those are the bonds, not the mortgages, but the U.S. agencies. We'll be receiving $3.5 million in 2025, $60 million in 2026, and $35 million in 2027. We will continue to monitor the mortgages, and as we see rates drop, if rates drop, we will, when it's more feasible to us, we will unwind out of those mortgages and put those funds into a more liquid avenue like the money market funds. And the whole reason with the mortgages, which Inspector General Tim is going to bring up, is because there was extension risk on them. At the time of purchase, we followed investment policy and Florida statutes, but just because rates literally shot up between 525 basis points between early 2022 and 2023, and when rates go up, pay down, slow down. So that's why these mortgages extended out beyond what was initially predicted by the brokers. So we are reviewing the investment policy to align with the Inspector General's recommendations. And again, since our spending on our capital projects has increased, our strategy needs to change. We can no longer invest as far out as we used to. Because in the past, we maintained several ladders of funds. We had overnight funds in the operating account, we had funds in the money markets, at the time it was Florida Prime, and then we had the agencies and the mortgages. And those funds didn't need to be used for years, so we could sit on them and earn income. But it's not the case anymore. Key interest rates, these have already changed. The 3-month T-bill actually increased a bit from my number to 4.35%. The 2-year went down to 3.91, and these are as of today. The 5-year went up to 4.06, and the 10-year went to 4.34. So the shorter end of the yield curve is still earning more than the longer end, than the 10-year. We're currently receiving 4.25 on our money market funds. Now, you may say, well, why wouldn't you put your funds in the SBA as that's earning, which is the Florida Prime, as that's earning 4.53%? And the main reason is because the money market funds that we're in now offer us more flexibility. We have until 4:45 p.m. every day to either invest or redeem out of that account. So if we have a last minute wire, which we try not to have that happen, and we let everybody know, please let us know ahead of time. But it does happen, but this gives us the flexibility to be able to pay, make those payments, pull down funds, make the payments. The SBA, their cutoff is 11 a.m. And sometimes that doesn't work. So, but 4.25, still a decent yield. This is where we ended up in income through February of 2025. We earned $5 million in investment earnings, and what we budgeted was $6.3 million earnings. And I just actually wrapped up March, and we earned $1.6 million in March. So we're already at $7.5 million, and that's $1.2 million above the budget, and we're only in the first 6 months of the fiscal year. So we're on a really good trend. And you can see we're 43% invested at this point, and 57% in cash and cash equivalents. And again, that's because all funds that come into our operating account are being invested into the money market account. If you recall, in years past, we were typically 70% invested and 30% in cash, and now that's flipped.
Interrupt during the presentation. Why do you think the difference between, I mean, we're just into the second quarter, right? In terms of having more than budget, I mean, our return is pretty projectable, right? Did you just get your ad valorem sooner than you expected?
Well, we've been, and between that, well, we didn't receive it sooner than expected, but it wasn't just that, we're receiving state monies back faster. So when we spend money on projects, because staff is doing such a great job on the turnaround, because in the past, between outlay of cash and then waiting on that cash to come back was a much longer time frame. And now we're getting it back every day.
So you're going to revise budget for that going forward in terms of the turnaround. In other words, you won't have such a surplus sooner now that you're going to assume that your payments are coming in quicker.
Right, but then again, it also depends on the two variables of what short-term rates are going to do going forward for the next 6 months, and how quickly we're going to spend cash on. I mean, we know what AP is, we know what payroll is, we know what all those are, but it's what are these capital expenditures going to be? If they increase, then we're going to have less to invest.
Yeah.
But I agree with you.
No, I mean, the only concern is that you're relying on that excess or that budgeted, right? We're not relying on it that much. A little bit of variability is not going to kill us.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. This is our portfolio breakdown as of February. As you can see, we have $623.7 million in the portfolio. I just did a scan back as of February of 2020, 5 years ago, we were sitting at $809 million in the portfolio. So this shows, obviously, we're spending down fund balances, hence the importance of liquidity. And also, I just wanted to do make a quick mention that $100 million was transferred to us from the state for SERP projects. So if we back that out of the 623.7, we're at 523. And 523 compared with 809, that's a spend down of $286 million. That's pretty huge. This last slide just shows benchmark comparisons of us and the other water management districts. Now you'll see the St. John's is slightly higher than we are, Southwest is higher than we are. I took a look at their portfolios and they're heavy in the local government investment pool, cash, Florida prime, money markets. I don't think they ever really went out far the way we do and did. So in years past, we were always surpassing them because mortgages were earning more. So we were always ahead of them. But now because the markets have flipped, cash is higher in yield. Now we're earning less than them. So that's the reason why. And just one last mention again, that we have the 43% in long-term investments. And these pay down every month. The mortgages, we're getting the 1.4 million. It's not always 1.4. It could be 1.6, 1.3. It's not a set number. We receive that every month, and that's at par. So there's no loss on that ever. And that's how we receive the funds back from the mortgages. And those are split between principal and interest on each tranche. So our whole plan is, as rates come down, to unwind these and put these funds into more liquid funds, such as the money markets that we're in now, and not take any losses. At this point, we can't do anything, because if we did anything, we would take a loss. So we just have to sit on them and just be patient until we can unwind out of them.
Locked into those investments?
There's no set maturity date on those. It depends what rates do. If rates start coming down, we'll start seeing influx of cash come in sooner. So it's dependent on what the rates do and what the markets do.
Is the rate go down as rates go down, or does the rate go up if rates go down?
As rates go down, pay downs increase, so we'll get more, and those mortgage-backed securities will shorten. But as rates go up, then there's that extension risk, which is what happened in this situation.
Yeah. Well, most likely it looks like it's going down.
Yeah, and then we can take the next steps, and we're constantly looking at it because we don't want to be tied in any longer than we have to be.
So the extension risk on our MBS is not limited? I thought we had some type of limitation in terms of extension.
We do. We're in PACS, planned amortization classes. Tim will get more into that in his presentation. So when I purchase these securities, the brokers run a scenario analysis, and it shows they do up 300, down 300. If rates go up 300, go down 300. In where we're going to be, what is that time frame looking like? And back then, it was between 3 and 5 years. Now maybe it extended to 7 years. But still, it's important to realize all of these investments are top-tier, AAA, safe investments. So it's not like we risk losing principal on them. We will get the funds back. It's going to take a little bit longer to receive them back. I mean, they won't go out 30 years, if that's what you're wondering. That's not going to happen.
Right. It would seem like we would be better off with short-term investments.
And that's the strategy we're going into now, only because of the need for cash. We need to fund these projects because they're coming up. Their costs are going up. They're more expensive. We need the funds.
Of course.
That wasn't the case in the past. The funds weren't being spent. They were sitting in our portfolio in the operating account at 1% or less. So it was pointless to keep them there, and that's why we invested a portion, not all, of course, a portion into the longer term. But again, that's not the case, and as spending changes, our strategy changes, and that's what we're doing.
And maybe we'll talk about this during Tim's, but we talked a little bit in the briefing, do you want to discuss policy changes and weighting changes and balance? Or how did we decide to talk about that? Because given the district's spending profile right now, we've got more projects more quickly, more operations and management, more cash going out the door, less sitting in an account. To Ron's point, we're going to get more liquid. And that might also mean, by the way, right now, more liquid is giving us higher rates, higher return. That's not going to be the case always in the future, if at all. So it might not benefit us from an earnings perspective, but if that's the direction which makes sense to me, that we're going in terms of the portfolio balance. Do you need, my sense is that we have the outline in place, or the flexibility in place right now to do that. But do you need clearer parameters in terms of the policy?
The only one that I would suggest increasing, because last time when we redid the policy, it was May of 2017, I believe, PFM suggested we decrease the money market to 50%. I would suggest we increase it to 80%. And I know you had mentioned in the briefing, why not 100%? Because that's liquid. The operating account is 100%.
Yeah.
That's 1%. So I would just suggest changing that just to give us more flexibility. And then just a point I wanted to make is that, no, it's the short-term rates are not going to be at 4.25% forever. We can't expect that.
Right.
They're going to go lower, and we're going to make less interest because, and to Mr. Bergeron's point, we're not a bank, right? We're not an investment bank. We're not here to make money. That's not our goal. Our goal is to Everglades restoration, flood control, water resources. That's our goal. So we're not here to make money. The only reason we did in the past is because we had money sitting that we could earn interest on. But now that's not the case. We don't really have money sitting. We need to make use of those funds.
So why don't you, unless you need it right away, do you want to just propose for the next meeting, we just outline new policy specifically around money markets? Because I don't think, listen, maybe this period is the only period where you'll need that flexibility to go up to 100%. Well, I doubt we'll ever use it, but you've got an inverted yield curve right now still.
Yeah.
So you're better off short-term than long-term.
Right.
So and it's the least risky and the most liquid.
Absolutely.
So you should have the flexibility to do that. So maybe we'd just propose it on the next meeting.
Okay, yeah, and I've already started
policy update.
striking through the policy and going through some changes.
Yep.
So we can discuss that at the next meeting. And I know you and I spoke at the briefing about limiting the mortgages, because we increased that to 50%.
Yep.
But you didn't think that was necessary to bring it back down to 30%, because just because that's our maximum doesn't mean we have to put 50%.
That's my perspective. But we pay PFM for a reason, so let's get them to opine on it as well.
Okay.
And we should be in alignment with the other governmental agencies in terms of their, or the sort of best practices policy.
Right, and back then, that's what they said other agencies were doing just that. So they kind of aligned our percentages with what others were doing at that time. But times have changed.
Okay.
I think setting a policy, our assessment for operations and Everglades restoration, these funds are to operate the district. And so I think the short-term investments are temporary. And then the money's used for operation, it's used for Everglades restoration as we award jobs. Then to take money in long-term, I don't think is what we're here for.
No, right.
We don't want money sitting without earning a return but I think that's important that Jay, we look at new policies here.
Yeah.
Agreed.
And as Lucy said, in some ways, we were banking more in the past when we had less project velocity. So, in some ways now it should be more of a flow-through profile where you get funding that immediately goes out the door for projects.
Right, exactly.
And this might be a question for Candy, but just in terms of tariff impact on the district, I assume it's de minimis in terms of the materials and, machinery that we rely on. I would expect that we're typically domestically oriented. She's behind you.
I heard my name, so I appeared. So related to that, we, with our projects, our capital projects, it depends on obviously where they're getting their materials, et cetera, but that will need to be probably a policy type discussion if it becomes a repetitive request or a repetitive issue for the district.
Thanks. We sort of did our questions and comments. Are there any public comments on Lucy's presentation?
There are none, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thanks. And there's no vote required. Okay. Thanks, Ms. Weinberg.
Thank you.
I wouldn't think we would have too much effect with tariffs on what we're doing.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think you're right. Okay, Mr. Behrens, can you present the audit of investment management, please?
There it is, okay. Okay, this was an audit of the investment management process. The objective and scope was to determine whether there were adequate internal controls relating to the investment management process, ensure that they were in place, that they were functioning properly to ensure that the investment purchases were made in accordance with the investment policy. Also, we determined that the investment transactions were properly recorded in the district's financial records. We also, as part of this audit, looked at the ACH payment process because we're paying vendors more and more with direct payment versus writing checks. And so because there's been a lot of fraud in this area out there in the industry, I want to look and make sure we had good controls over that process. The audit period was from October 1st, 2019 through September 30th, 2024, a 5-year period. This slide here gives a snapshot of what the cash investments were as of September 30th. And obviously, Lucy just gave you an updated, newer snapshot of this. As you can see, the cash was much lower because in September, that's when we're getting towards the low point of our cash and investment because the taxes start coming in a couple months later. As the green section there is the cash, that is always going to be at par. The investments, where we have the government agencies and then mortgage-backed securities. And as you can see, the mortgage, I give a section down there that shows what the discount was as of September 30th, where the agencies were at a discount of 4.2 million, and the mortgage backs were 30.4, for a total of $34.6 million of discounts at that time. Overall, we found the funds were invested in accordance with the district's investment policy. The investment transactions we also found were properly recorded in the accounting system, and the controls were generally found to be sufficient. We did, however, identify there were 16 out of the 56 mortgage-backed securities where the estimated weighted average life on the trade tickets at time of purchase exceeded the maximum maturity permitted by the investment policy. As far as the policy, some of these, the maturity was changed at one point during the middle of what our audit scope period was. So at one point it was 5 years, and then it was increased to 5.5. So we applied whatever policy was in place at the time that they were purchased for the audit purposes. As far as the ACH process, there's been a lot of fraudulent schemes being used for these. And one of the, particularly with the increase in artificial intelligence, and one of the high-profile cases that we hear at fraud seminars and so forth was where someone had even created a video of the CFO of the company, or the CEO of the company actually, calling a person and asking them to send the ACH payment to a different account. And it was totally fraudulently made, looked just like the person, sounded just like them and everything. This is what they can do with artificial intelligence. And that is the one thing that is increasing the risk in this particular area. And so one of the things in particular that I looked at in looking at these controls that I was glad to see that we had in place is that we do not accept any verbal or email requests to make a change. We have a process we've set up. It has to be in writing. And then we even do a test transaction to make sure that it goes into the proper accounts. So we did make some additional recommendations to further strengthen that, but I feel overall that we have a good handle on this process here at the district. I wanted to just go into some more detail on the mortgage-backed securities, because obviously that portfolio is at about a $30 million discount. And obviously what caused it was a significant increase in interest rates. Then I was looking at so I looked at the principal pay downs for the year of fiscal year 2024. And the total principal that came in 2024 was $13.8 million. And we're on a portfolio with a par value of $174 million. Just dividing that 13.8 into 174, if it was to continue at that rate, it would take another 12 and a half years for that portfolio to completely run off. This slide basically gives you a visual of what I was explained on the last slide. So the blue bars there, that's the monthly principal that was coming back in. So you're starting back here from October 19, you see where we're running on about $4 million a month or so. And then interest rates, this is COVID, they went down, and you see this red line is the Fed fund rate. And this green line here is the average 30-year mortgage. And as you can see, once rates dropped next to nothing and the mortgage rates went down, here was your refinance surge. And we started getting a slug of prepayments. And then you see right here around about October or so of 2021 to February 2022, you see the big surge in interest rates. And then you can see what happened to the prepayments. The prepayment runoff totally crashed to where it's somewhere between, less than $2 million. I believe the average was about $1.3 million a month. So looking at that, I put a graph together here of what it would look like if that runoff on mortgages stayed at that rate, which there's no way have a crystal ball to determine whether they will or not, but just based upon that assumption, the green part of the bar here represents the mortgages. The gold section of these bars is the agency-backed securities, which have a fixed principal maturity date, where they just pay interest during the term of the bond, you get the full principal back on a particular date. So we can count on what day we're going to, the actual date we're going to get that principal back. And as you can see, some of it's maturing here in this year, most of it's in 26 and 27. And then after that point, all we'll have is whatever is left in that, in the mortgage-backed securities for however long those run off for. And we already talked a little bit about that, to give a little bit of history, that back in 2016, we engaged PMFM to come in and review our investment policy. At the time, we couldn't hardly earn much of anything on money markets at the time. And they made the recommendation that we could increase our investment returns substantially by investing a higher percentage in the mortgage-backed securities. And these are, government-owned corporations, agencies such as Fannie Mae and Federal Farm Credit Bank, Federal Home Loan Mortgage Corporation, Ginnie Mae's, et cetera. So the investment policy was revised in May 11th, 2017, to incorporate these recommendations. And also, as part of that, the weighted average life, maximum average life was increased from 5 to 5.5 years. This slide just to explain how a mortgage-backed security is created. You start over here, someone buys a house, takes a mortgage at a bank. Bank, then they sell them to one of the federal agencies. The agency then bundles them together, typically like in a $10 million bond denomination. And then after they bundle them all together, then they go and they slice it back up into what's called tranches, which is a French word that just means a slice of something. And then those are sold to investors. So why do they create these tranches is that it creates a product that satisfies different investors' needs. So like with the district where we want to invest in something that's more short-term, so for example, the tranche A may be the more conservative where it returns your principal faster. And so it gets a preference on the principal. And where the others, they're more interested in the higher yield. And typically the more conservative ones also get a lower yield than the others as well. And then when the homeowner each month makes a mortgage payment, the cash flow follows through this same chain, goes to the bank, they get a little servicing fee. The agency then divvies up that cash flow based upon what the prospectus is for these collateralized mortgage obligations, and the money is distributed to the investors. So one thing in doing this audit, I honestly didn't know how these tranches worked. I had to give myself an education on it. So I knew I'd have to explain it to you, so I've created this couple slides here. The way these tranches work, and there's different types of them, but there's one called a plan amortization class. I selected this one for my illustration because this is the type that the district invests in. So you have this, that's what the PAC stands for, plan amortization class. But there has to be what we call a companion class. And the companion class is like the shock absorber. And if the principal, so the planned amortization class, the reason they call it that is that when they set this up, for example, the goal, say, is for 5 years. So if it's a $10 million CMO, so the plan would be to receive $2 million of principal per year for 5 years. Then if the principal comes in a little bit faster or a little bit slower, because it's never going to be exact, the companion class becomes a shock absorber, and principal is transferred to or from the companion class to either absorb the extra principal or make up the shortfall in the principal. And the only thing is with these, they work well as long as interest rates stay within a reasonable range of like 1 to 200 basis points. The problem is what happens when rates go up 500 basis points in 15 months, and all the principal is being transferred out of the companion class, the planned amortization class tranche is receiving all the principal that's coming in, but it's still not enough to meet whatever that planned amortization was. And this is what they call a broken tranche. And this is the situation that we find ourselves in. And this is what creates extension risk. Now, the principal is still secure and you'll still get the principal. The only problem is it's going to take longer to get it back. And so with that, then I went back and I looked back at our investment policy where we actually list objectives in order of priority. Our number one objective in our policy is preservation of principal. So which seeks to keep the capital losses at a minimum. And that is achieved by limiting what type of securities that we can invest in, those that are low credit risk. Number two, after preservation of principal, is maintenance of liquidity in order to manage our investments to be able to meet our cash flow requirements and to minimize the market fluctuation risks. And we achieve this by limiting the length of the investments. So, and like that 5.5 year on the mortgage-backed securities, that is the maximum that's permitted in anything. Because obviously, as far as you understand, the longer, say, a bond is, the more it'll fluctuate with interest rates. And then third, the return on investment to attain a fair return within the boundaries of 1 and 2. So I looked at how well did the mortgage-backed securities fulfill the district's investment policy objectives. It fulfills number one because mortgage-backed securities are low credit risk securities. But the maintenance of liquidity is where it started to break down for us because now with extension risk, it creates some stress on our liquidity. And the only way to not realize a loss on these is to hold them until maturity and all the principal runs off. And as of September 30th, we were 17.5% below the par value. Then in the return on investment though, we have to look back at what was the situation at the time we went into these. At the time, federal fund rates were like about 5 or 10 basis points. So to put that in perspective, that means $1 million would only earn you $500 to $1,000 in a year. Where with these mortgage-backed securities, where you could get a couple hundred basis points, you could earn $20,000 on that same $1 million. And nobody expected, a 500 basis point increase in interest rates like it happened. So to put it in a water management perspective is kind of like the 1 in 100-year flood, that we experienced. But now we have the mortgage-backed securities that are providing us an unfavorable yield, due to that situation. So a couple of recommendations that we made in the report is to maybe look at our policy again and how well, should we, put further limits on this? And Jay, you had some discussions during our briefing on that. And possibly setting more stringent life maturities, maybe something less than 5.5 years. And the other is looking at the agency bonds as maybe doing a laddered fixed maturity, a ladder of those fixed maturity bonds to where you have a certain amount maybe maturing every 3 or 6 months. But even then, at the time we invest these mortgage-backed securities, they were paying more than what the agency bonds were, by sometimes as much as 100 and 150 basis points. And then we made, I think there were about 8 or 9 recommendations we made regarding the ACH process to further shore that up. And management concurred with all the recommendations. So with that, I will take your questions and comments.
Thanks, Tim. Molly, any public comment, questions?
We have none, Mr. Chairman.
What about from the committee members? So Tim, I think it was one of those pages was a question for us, and I think as we were talking with Lucy, why don't we have PFM look at that as well, which is the parameters given the given the change in profile of district spending and budgeting, it would seem that today, it would seem that the 50% maximum is a high maximum. Again, I mean, we have to clarify that's a 0 to 50 essentially.
Right.
We're not setting a target. These aren't targets, these are maximums.
Right.
So we never have to use that 50%, but if they think that it makes sense that it should be lower based on our liquidity needs today versus what they were, I think when we did this 5 years ago, then let's do that. And I think the laddered strategy too, when we're looking at these instruments, makes sense.
And, a discussion that we had with staff too is with the discussion of possibly taking on like some of the core projects and doing those. That's the liquidity is going to be even more important.
Yep.
If we have to start funding some of that stuff up front.
Yep.
If that
Okay.
happens.
All right. Ron, did you have some?
Yeah, I do. When did we get into these investments?
We've been investing in these type of securities for like many years. In 2017, the change was really just increasing, that maximum. But the thing is, as long as interest rates stay within a reasonable range, these actually worked well for us for many years. It was just when the interest rates went up 500 basis points in a matter of 15 months is what created this problem. And that was
How much have we got invested in this?
According to Lucy's, it was 174 as of our audit cutoff date, which was September 30th.
174 million?
But it's, I think the recent number Lucy just had on the screen was 168, so it's gone down another 6 million. Yeah. so
$174 million?
168 million. Yeah. And,
Which is 27% of the portfolio.
so about a quarter of
Gotcha.
our portfolio.
And right now, it's, par value is down 17.5%.
As of September 30th, and I think we talked about that the other day, Lucy. I think it was about the same today.
What's your number, 30?
The discount on the mortgage-backed securities. If you,
It's not changing that quickly.
Lucy?
rates are about the same. That's probably around that same amount. It might fluctuate.
Ron, if your question was so the par value is not changing. There's a discount to par because of the interest rate. We're holding to par.
Right.
So we don't have to mark, correct me if I'm wrong, we're not marking these to discount. We're holding these to par, and so that's an implied discount. But it's not something that, if we had to trade today, that's what the discount would be.
Yeah. Unrealized.
Yeah,
loss.
exactly.
Now, just to clarify that though, for accounting purposes, for our financial statements, we do have to mark these to market for financial statement purposes.
Oh, you do?
Yes.
And does that affect us in any way in terms of like a penalty?
No,
or-
because it's just a journal entry on the books.
Okay.
Yeah, but for generally accepted accounting principles require us to do that.
Okay.
I just don't think we should be in these long-range forecasts. Yeah, like a investment banker. I think if we're these short-term for money to operate, money for Everglades restoration, we need an investment, short-term investment, until we use it for operations or use it for Everglades restoration. And if we don't have a need for it, we lower the assessment to the citizens. I think that would be my thought into the future going forward, that we'd be very careful about these long-term investments that have all kind of, depending on interest rates going up or going down and how they affect the par value. that would, I think we're going to discuss future policies, maybe.
Yep.
To make sure we're not getting into these kind of investments.
So, I mean, if you look at the broker statement and what the current yield on these are based upon the market value, I mean, it's like 6% or so.
What is it?
If you look at the market value, so let me go back to my slide here. So like I think Lucy's presentation showed that the yield on these, I think was about 1.6%. Well, that's based on this 174 million. But if you look at what the market is, this 143, you're looking at, you're based upon that, they're discounting these things to about a 5 or 6% yield. So that's essentially what we're earning on them based upon the market value today. So that's why it doesn't make sense to liquidate these. Because you'd actually, and put it in a 4% money market, you'd actually be earning less money. And I had this discussion with staff and with Candide and so forth. We had that discussion, you know, would it be better to sell these things and put it into money markets? And the answer to that is no, because we would actually be earning a lower yield, being that we'd have to sell at the market value. And the market value is earning us above what the short-term cash is at this point. So in other words, you know, as we hold these to maturity, this $30 million, think of it as interest you're going to earn back.
If you hold it maturity,
Yeah.
you're guaranteed par value.
Right.
But what is that, 10 years from now, or?
It all depends on, the one thing with the mortgages that they don't have that necessary fixed rate is based upon how quickly principal comes back. So particularly when they do these averages, the weighted average, it's based upon kind of what historical, on historical data. And the principal comes back with, number one, every month, the person makes a mortgage payment, a certain portion of that payment is principal. But also, they project in a certain amount of payoffs, typically when a person sells a house. Well, housing, we know what happened to housing sales. Everybody's sitting in their house, they're not selling them, and they're hanging on to their 3% mortgages. So as a result, the transactional and the payoffs is really is what's been hit, which has totally thrown what those weighted averages out of whack.
Yeah, but my point is, you know, we're a drainage district. We're certainly going to have funds that are allocated for Everglades restoration and operations, and these are funds that are projected. But if we have these kind of funds, and we don't have a use for them, it would seem like we would lower the assessment to the taxpayers than to try to figure out a way to be a investment banker with that kind of money. But I think new policies, to me, we need to definitely look at. How much money is in here?
About 168 million.
150 million.
168 million.
In those instruments. Ron, I think noted and agreed, from a financial perspective, we can't start at a zero balance every year. That's just not, we wouldn't be able to manage that way, but I know, I hear what you're saying, and we have parameters around low duration, short duration, I should say, 5 years or less. In this case, there's extenuating circumstances and a low-risk portfolio. I'm not concerned about whether this is money good or whether this is not money good. It's money good. It just, like you said, we have a little bit of extension risk on this, and we can for future moves, and I think that's the whole point, which is the spending profile of the district has changed, and the investment profile will change to accommodate that.
Okay.
Did you have?
No, that was my observation was when I look at your policy, this fits within the parameters of your policy with the exception of liquidity, and that's something that's obviously going to be taken care of in the next couple of years.
Okay, can I have a motion to approve?
So move.
Thank you. I've got a motion. Can I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. I'll call the question. Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Mr. Goss?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. That passes unanimously. Molly, any public comment?
We have none, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thanks. I'll adjourn this meeting. The next Audit and Finance Committee meeting is scheduled on June 5th here in West Palm. Thank you.